I'm going to call the meeting to order. I think we're about as settled as we're going to be. Normally we would start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Since this is an adjourned meeting, we will forego that and let those of you that have just settled in remain seated. But I will ask the clerk to call the roll call, please. Councilmember Johnson is out of town on business this evening and sends his regrets.
Council members Popple.
Here.
Plungy.
Here.
Rogers. Here. Mayor Gotha.
Here. I think it's probably worthwhile before we begin this to take a few minutes to outline why we're here this evening and give you a little background on the problem that we're going to be discussing. Highway 85 has been a long time coming, and during its planning process, the interchange of Stevens Creek was always thought to be a given. The movements that exist at Stevens Creek now were forming half of the diamond, and expectations were that we'd have the other half of the diamond built when 85 was put through. In the early part of this year, the Caltrans came to the city and indicated there was going to be a problem with one of the movements. As you come from either San Francisco, Mountain View, or San Jose at this point, you are able to get off at Stevens Creek Boulevard by getting on 85 and getting off at Stevens Creek Boulevard. The Caltrans informed the city that the movement that came from San Jose, looped up, and would get back on 85 would no longer be possible due to the merging difficulties with the traffic that now would be coming from 280 on to 85 at 65 miles an hour or whatever the high speed would be. So I want to be clear that what we're talking about this evening is only that movement. The movement from, if you're coming from Mountain View, for example, towards Cupertino, will still be available. If you're coming from San Francisco towards Cupertino, you will still be available to get off at Stevens Creek. So the movement that we're talking about this evening is the movement that presently exists if you're coming from San Jose and loop up over the top, get on 85 and get off at Stevens Creek. That is the one movement that we're discussing. The other two will still remain. I know there have been some confusion in the past, and I hope that that at least puts it in perspective. When the city heard about this, their first reaction was, we've had this access all along, what are we going to do without this access? And so instructions were given back to staff and to Caltrans and the Traffic Authority, which is managing the Measure A project, to try and find another method of providing the weaving so we could keep the movement. I can tell you there was quite a bit of exhaustive work done over a 3-month period with a whole series of alternates looked at. All of those alternates proved to be infeasible, either one or two reasons. Either there was a safety consideration where the weaving distance was insufficient, which would cause an accident problem, or the loops that needed to be so large that they would have a tremendous impact on the Somerset area, removing a number of homes. So both of those alternatives were rejected. Near the end of that process, and let me back up a minute, when Caltrans first informed the city that the movement that we're discussing this evening was not available, they said that it was a minor movement and in their opinion would not be a detrimental deletion from the overall program. Continuing the discussion, near the end of the first alternative analysis, a suggestion was made that perhaps a loop over the freeway utilizing Mary Avenue was possible. Since this represented a rather severe departure from previous expectations, we held a meeting, I think it was June or thereabouts of this year, to inform the city of that information. Since Mary Avenue was the most affected area, Mary Avenue would seem to be the area most represented at that meeting. There were a number of concerns that were expressed and a number of questions that were left unanswered at that meeting. As a result of that meeting, staff and Caltrans were asked to go back and improve the data, increase the data. We needed to have some car counts. We needed to know where the cars were going that were getting off now at Stevens Creek, making the movement that's in question. And also there had been a number of other alternatives that had surfaced during that discussion and in subsequent discussions that had some possibilities. So what we have this evening is a culmination of several efforts trying to identify the alternatives that might be an alternate to the movement that seems to be no longer available at Stevens Creek coming northbound from San Jose. Now, the alternatives that we're going to be discussing this evening, we're going to go through them very deliberately, represent those that are physically viable. We have not, at this point, on ourselves, ruled out anything that is physically viable. One of the purposes of this meeting is to clearly outline all of the alternatives, let the public understand what's involved, try and identify advantages and disadvantages of different alternatives, and then try and come to some kind of conclusion on which alternative or alternatives make sense to keep pursuing. Now, each of these alternatives have specific configuration requirements, and they have different procedural requirements. And to make this meeting fruitful, we're going to divide it up into basic sections. The first section will be a report from staff, at which point they will go through all of the alternatives and try and outline the geometrics and as much of the advantages and disadvantages as they are perceived at this point. Then we will bring it back to to council for questions to hopefully clear up in our minds any confusion or questions we may have, and then we will have it open to the public. At the time that we open this for the public discussion, I will speak again as to the procedure we will use at that point. This meeting will probably last a considerable length of time, and I'm expecting somewhere in the 9:30 area that we'll have a 10 to 15 minute break. I'll try and pick a point that is convenient and not disruptive to the meeting and give a chance for a little bit of a break at that point. After the public discussion is complete, it'll be brought back to council for our deliberation. So with that little bit of introduction, I'll now ask Bert to begin the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this on? Can everybody okay. I think if I can reinstate a goal again for this process is to try to reach some consensus on some remaining issues so that a freeway agreement with Caltrans and a performance agreement with the traffic authority could be executed so that the extension of Route 85 could proceed through Cupertino. As you know, these agreements must be executed in order for the construction to commence. It requires that configuration of interchanges be approved by the local agency, and the performance agreement with the authority establishes some environmental issues, some special conditions that would be imposed on the project. As mentioned, the council directed staff to go back and review some other alternatives to make sure that we've exhausted all possibilities, and not only to remain in the area north of Stevens Creek, but also to look at some alternatives south of Stevens Creek. It also stated that it would not be interested in any alternative that would take any right-of-way from Somerset Square area. This resulted into adding 4 new alternatives to the 2 that we already had presented to you back in July 6th to give us a total of 6 alternatives, which we'll try to go through tonight. I will now step to the board and try to explain the different alternatives and again maybe discuss some of the pros and cons to reach some kind of consensus. The first alternative, that, as described here as the no-access alternative, really is going to describe the base case. This is the alternative that if you can't hear, how about now? Can you? It means I got to eat this thing. The alternative is that, as the mayor indicated to you earlier, that if we did not proceed with any of the other alternatives, we would have a configuration that would allow all the turning movements from San Francisco area, and I'll designate the area rather than direction so that everyone will understand from which way we're coming. If we came from San Francisco and we're traveling to the south and wish to get off at Stevens Creek, we'll be able to do that. If we're traveling from the Mountain View direction, heading towards Stevens Creek, if we want to get off at Stevens Creek, we'll have to make that decision prior to Route 280, go through a slip ramp, continue in that lane, and then choose to get off at Stevens Creek Boulevard. If we're traveling from San Jose and we wish to do that, we no longer will be able to get off at Stevens Creek because we'll be in this particular section of the roadway. And the reason we can't get over, there will actually be a physical barrier between these two lines that would prohibit any crossover. So if you can visualize two lanes coming from San Francisco meeting with one lane from Mountain View, yielding 3 lanes at this point, and 3 lanes coming from Mountain View, you will have 6 lanes headed in the southbound direction at this point. However, only 3 lanes have the option of getting off at Stevens Creek. The 3 lanes that are inside here do not have that option. All other moves would be allowed. You would be able to get on and off at this particular interchange at Stevens Creek with the exception of that one move. Next move. In order to replace that move, we will be going through 5 other alternatives. The first one says if we can't make it at 85, if we can't make that move at 85, then we possibly could build a ramp, bridge over 280 and use Mary Avenue to gain access to Stevens Creek. That's called the Mary Avenue alternative.
Please, I'm going to ask that you have courtesy throughout this whole presentation because we have many people not to.
The next alternative was to look at modifying the interchange at Stevens Creek and not retain it as projected, but to actually eliminate the off-ramp and the on-ramp and merely shift it southerly to a point where it could intersect Bubb Road. So now if you're traveling in the southbound direction, you would be able to get off, all the moves would be able to get off. The San Francisco, the Mountain View, and the San Jose would get off at this point, but would have to utilize Bubb Road. It would be able to get back on the freeway using Bubb Road. So Bubb Road then replaces the intersection that would have normally been here at Stevens Creek. The next one is called the full interchange, and it merely relocates the entire interchange from this location with the exception of the northbound on-ramp to a location just southerly of Stevens Creek and actually adds a bridge that connects Bubb Road to the De Anza College campus. This would allow all turning movements to actually occur at this location with a connection between Bubb and the college with a connector between that bridge and Stevens Creek to be able to gain access to Route 85 in the northbound direction. If you're traveling on Stevens Creek, that is the only one that you'll be able to utilize to get on 85. All others, you will have to use Bubb Road to get to this bridge where the ramps then are available to you to make your turning moves. The next alternative is called the braided ramp, and we gave it a name, unrestricted. This merely says in order to avoid the conflict that would exist, we have to keep the ramp along the right-of-way to a point where it can come out to 85 only after there's sufficient distance and height to allow an off-ramp to occur at this location. That's called a braided ramp because all you're doing is moving one ramp over another. And the unrestricted move allows an intersection to be constructed here, a signalized intersection. It would allow a right turn move and a left turn move, or possibly a straight through into the September Drive area. Knowing that you would boo on that one, we came up with a braided restricted ramp. And that is to say that we would not allow any left turn moves or straight through moves at McClellan, but only allow a right turn only on McClellan and a left turn into the campus, in the De Anza College campus, by a use of the sharing of the bridge, which would allow a separation of that lane, so it would be a dedicated lane for De Anza College campus. Next one. Now, in order to be able to evaluate these different alternatives, we had to establish a criteria. In the criteria, we listed several items. The geometric design was one that had to pass before it could be considered a viable alternative to evaluate any further. All these alternatives now meet the geometric design set forth by Caltrans. The next area of evaluation was a level of service. And a level of service is the service that you provide at an intersection, and the general plan of the city recommends or actually establishes a level of service of a D level. And let me tell you that D level is a numerical value that's given to that letter that states that you would have a weighted average delay at that intersection of 40 seconds or less, 30 to 40 seconds. That says that stopped at an intersection, you would most likely, if you were considered the weighted average, that's all the turning movements, you would wait at that intersection 40 seconds before you would be able to move in a direction that you want to. Now, there's some moves that may be waiting a lot longer, but if you look at 5 cars or 10 cars at 80 seconds, but 100 cars at 35 seconds, you'll see that the weighted average may be around the 40 seconds. Community-wide impacts, that was to evaluate how far does this alternative or decision on this alternative affect the community. And so when it goes beyond the study area that we will describe later, that it may have community impacts. I'll skip the study area because I want to define that. The adjacent area is the area that is right adjacent to the project. It is the localized area, such as Mary Avenue, deals with the Mary Avenue neighborhood. The McClellan Road alternatives deals with the McClellan Road neighborhood. So the adjacent area is the area that's most directly affected by the project. The approvals required in the report, we've indicated the sequence of approvals, and with the exception of the no access, all the other alternatives require approvals beyond the city council, and that is the state and the federal approvals, and some even 2 agencies of the federal government. Cost is another important factor. There is not an unlimited source of funds. However, that must also be looked at as a criteria in evaluating the different alternatives. If we can go back to the study area, I'll try to define that because that's important throughout the evaluation process. To determine what area of town is most directly affected by the loss of this access, we have to establish the travel patterns within the city. We first looked at what is a dividing line on the west side, and we chose the creek itself in the sense that today motorists that live in the area west of the creek most likely take Foothill Boulevard, come down Foothill, and gain access to their neighborhoods by that route. If we look at the east boundary line, we have De Anza Boulevard, and we have 85, and so we state that anyone living on this side most likely is taking De Anza Boulevard and will continue to do so. That leaves this area in here most affected by that change, or the access of 85 really services this area between these 2 lines. How far south we go is dependent really on the freeway extension and how far back would motorists be willing to travel down 85 to reach the next interchange and then backtrack into their neighborhoods versus taking a more direct route to the area. We established somewhat Regnard Creek as that boundary and felt that that seemed to have the distance, if you add going here and back as a total length versus using a direct route to get back to their particular areas of destination. Anyone outside of that boundary, and if you really took this area right in here, that this interchange is going to serve us anyhow. Whether you made any changes here or not, people are going to go down to this interchange and backtrack to these neighborhoods here. So it's a small area that we may attract by Route 85 rather than De Anza Boulevard. Okay. The next alternative, or the alternative that we'll look at next, is the no access. And before we do that, I think we need to address one issue because it's going to be brought up tonight over and over on many occasions. Why not just assume that 85 will make room for this shift and let it happen on De Anza Boulevard? First of all, the traffic diversion from 85 is not within the city's general plan. And when the city's general plan was adopted, Measure A was not in existence, and it was not known when 85 would ever be built. And so the city proceeded ahead on a more conservative approach, stating that the general plan would be adopted without a diversion factor in the plan. Therefore, in order to be able to really study what the effects of 85 are, it would require a full major study of the city, almost an amendment to the general plan. And as I mentioned, by leaving the general plan as is, it is a conservative approach in the sense that if there is any reduction in traffic, you will benefit and be able to amend the general plan accordingly. If it does not come about to be, then you haven't lost anything by allowing development to occur and later finding out that that has created an additional burden on the road system. Now, the factors that may be affecting the reduction must also be known. It's important to know that the peak periods are greater than 1 hour and they continue to grow. Tolerance levels also are a factor of the peak period. The reason the peak period got larger is because the tolerance levels got to a point where the motorist wasn't really willing to travel during the peak hour, decided to use other times to avoid the peak hour. So that established a tolerance level, and it established a wider peak period throughout these years. Most likely LA's tolerance level is greater than ours, and ours is greater than some other rural communities. But nevertheless, the peak periods indicate your demand, and that's a reservoir of demand that's willing to go out and use the roadways. It's also important to know that the growth is much greater than the improvements anticipated. T2000 predicts or projects that growth will occur some 45%, but that the traffic improvements probably only under 10% when you look at all the Measure A improvements that are taking place. So the chances of keeping up with growth aren't that good. And three is that if 85 was solely reserved for the West Valley motorist, there is no doubt that when 85 got built, that you would have a reduction, on all our streets, but that's not what's going to occur. We're going to have a major diversion from other areas of the county, which will take up the capacity on 85, and West Valley motorists are going to have to compete for that space. So if there is any capacity, it may be taken up by some of these factors. And again, if you do achieve that, you're better off. You're either going to have a better level of service or you're going to be allowed to change your general plan. But right now, the general plan has a balanced transportation network, and any unbalancing of that is going to divert traffic from one street onto another. So if you took a diversion of Mary Avenue, or not Mary Avenue, but 85 onto De Anza, we may be then diverting some traffic off of De Anza onto the other areas. The no access impact, therefore, then impacts the community because it goes beyond the study area, impacts the streets of De Anza Boulevard, Stevens Creek Boulevard, McClellan Road, Rainbow Drive. It has always been stated that transferring traffic to other areas are undesirable, and the study area is impacted due to the change in the travel patterns.
traffic patterns have been established over these years based on having that access since the early 70s, and by taking that away, what we really have done is become counter to what 85 was supposed to do, and that is to try to divert traffic off the local streets, and here we go by spreading it back onto other streets or diverting it onto other local streets because there is no direct access from the freeway onto local streets. An origin destination study was performed by taking license plates, and Bart Nashman, who was retained by the authority, conducted the study by taking the volumes off of the ramp and then determining by license plate matches where they went after they got off at Stevens Creek. And as you can see by these percentages, if you look at the bracketed one, that's your PMP. So it's stating roughly that some 13% go westerly, some 39% go down Bub Road, some 28% go into De Anza College, 19, and 4 makes 23% that goes into college. Some 17% make a right on Stelling, and some of these may be looping back into the college. That approximately 3% either go easterly or north, and roughly 5% probably into the Mary Avenue area. If you want to find out the volume numbers, you just take the 500 multiplied by the percentages, and you would get a value for that. Now, knowing the assignments, the next step would be is to try to assign traffic to other streets. Going back to the study area that we've mentioned, and based on the number of units to the total study area, an assignment of 10% was made that would continue down on 85 and backtrack into the neighborhoods. So 10% of that traffic would use 85. Therefore, 90% would remain and use De Anza Boulevard, and some 59% would get off at Stevens Creek, some 20% at McClellan, and the remaining 3% using Rainbow, where some would be lost in between. Having those kind of numbers, and you will see throughout this evaluation, you will see a number that's unbracketed, and then a bracketed number. The unbracketed is existing volumes, and the bracketed is the projected increase. And in some cases, the projected increase is a delta net of any changes in pluses or minuses. That is the net increase. And again, these are adding on to existing volumes and not future volumes. Real quickly, knowing the 500 vehicles, and again, these numbers were taken in March. These were the numbers. In July 27, when school was closed, and De Anza College was at a low enrollment, you had these kind of numbers. And then on October 6th, which we thought would be a greater number, we've got a lower number. But I think when you look at traffic counts in general, those seem to be pretty consistent, that we continue to use the highest number of 500 throughout the study. Real quick, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but if we took the 1988 levels of services along these different intersections and added the transfer, you would get these levels, and comments here being what kind of improvements may be necessary to try to accomplish that. When we get down to the Stelling Road, because of the diversion of De Anza College students, Stelling Road becomes difficult because we've already placed a double left turn southbound direction from Stevens Creek, that getting close to the E level, 40 being the dividing line, says that in most cases, if we added growth, we're going to be at the level where we're going to have to do some improvements to those intersections. This is to indicate that there is a depreciation of level just on existing counts, that when we add the other volumes in the future, again, either traffic will shift to other areas or we will start dropping our levels. The next alternative is the Mary Avenue. And on Mary Avenue, the staff tried to identify some of the issues that were brought forth before the City Council at the last meeting. And we tried to make a comparison of the existing conditions being the base and with the freeway connection, and then with mitigation measures. In most cases, as you can see from that chart, there are mitigation measures that would mitigate the impacts, with the exception of course, volume. If you're going to have that kind of an increase, that there's now a way to remove those vehicles. Noise, and the neighborhood character, of course, convenience here being a plus may be argued. The neighborhood character, we placed it's very subjective, and I think here it's important to look at Mary Avenue, being that it's a 84-foot right-of-way and a 70-foot curb-to-curb roadway, that if you take the road by itself and analyze the road and then analyze the neighborhood, you may get different answers. Such as if you just analyze the road itself, you'd say the road has changed its character from a single purpose to a multi-purpose. It now serves just a neighborhood, whereas if it got connected to the freeway, it would have a multi-use purpose. Whereas if you go into the neighborhoods, the question is, have you affected internal circulation of any kind? There's some things here that you would do to try to prevent that, such as turning the intrusion into the neighborhoods by diverters. As we go through, there's a channelization that would help the volumes. We find that speed in the area is a little higher than other residential neighborhoods, and on the basis that it is a wide street, has good sight distance, it does not have lined up homes every 75 feet with driveways or parked cars to introduce friction that would tend to reduce speeds. So Mary Avenue is traveling at a 85th percentile of 37, while other streets, residential streets, are down in the 30s. Turning movement conflicts, again, in comparison to other streets, the turning movements are a couple of streets, 8 driveways. There is a condominium and apartment complex, Oak Shopping Center, Memorial Park. So there's a few of those, as compared to other roads such as Bub Road, where you have schools and driveways every 75 feet. Let me go next step into the volume chart. This is to make a comparison as to Mary Avenue today and how Mary Avenue would look and how it would compare with other streets once the increase was added. In the southbound direction, PM, the only affected lane would be the southbound, because the northbound would not have any increase, since this is only a one-way direction ramp. It would not allow any access back onto 280. Currently at Lubeck, Mary Avenue carries 100 vehicles, and at Stevens Creek it carries 129. If we add those up at either Lubeck or Stevens Creek, you can see the numbers in the PM. You can do the same thing for the AM, and then we have a chart for you to compare to other roads as to both the PM peak and the ADT, which is the average daily traffic. So you can see in relative comparison how it stacks up with Mary Avenue, or how Mary Avenue stacks up with any of the roads that you're familiar with. As he's changing that, the level of service, because of its orientation in the southbound direction into De Anza College and the heavy right turn move, which I think would be the next chart. Yeah. This shows that if Mary Avenue did carry, that some 23% would go right into college, that 52% would make a right turn, and 20% would make a left, that these two moves here comprise the majority of the traffic, that the signal today would operate roughly at the same level of service as it would with the increase, because the right turns are really free, and the 23% crossing would cross with the long light, pedestrian light that has now been timed with the signal. So these kind of increases to the signal would not change the level. It would stay at the sea level that it is today. Getting back to the volume on Mary Avenue, because it is wide enough, it has the opportunity of doing something with it if the city was interested in trying to channelize some of this traffic that's coming off the freeway. If you can see the upper end up here, can you move that down a little bit, Bob, so you can see the stop? Yeah. If this is the off-ramp and traffic is made to stop at this location and required to continue down in a dedicated lane, we can separate the traffic from the freeway from the residential traffic, the northbound traffic being for this residential and this frontage road being access for this residential, the Casa de Anza condominium complex. It also has the ability to create diverters so that you would not have intrusion from that traffic into the neighborhood by providing restrictors here. They would provide crosswalks, stops, so that pedestrian crossing, bicycle crossing could be done at an easier method than if you didn't have the crosswalks and the stop signs. The same configuration could occur at Lubeck, where you can create crosswalks so that kids could cross the street to go to school, bicyclists, and also prohibit movements from the 85 into the neighborhoods in either direction. This would require, if we continue down this path here, this would require that a resident wanting to go back may be able to make a U-turn somewhere down in here, which would allow, which is no different than what they have to do now, where they have to come down 85 and go all the way to Stevens Creek and backtrack into their neighborhood. This is by far a shorter, quicker way to get into the neighborhood. There is potential to provide large medians throughout Mary Avenue, not as large as Foothill, but very close to that. At this location here, we would take the division or the lane that's been dedicated as a frontage road and finally merge it with the other lane. So at this point here, the median becomes much larger and the traffic is taken almost adjacent to 85. The traffic would be taken as far west as you can as it's going through this area right in here. And these are, again, at the different locations, the type of configuration, the left turn pockets, and the ability to be able to come out and be protected would all occur throughout all Mary Avenue. Again, because of its width, you're able to do those kinds of things. The next one is a continuous run showing how traffic from the freeway would come to a stop. A choice here could be another stop, and continue then to travel down to Stevens Creek, while residents would enjoy still this lane without having any interference from the traffic from 280. Openings would still occur at the different locations, but certain restrictions could occur so that there would not be any diversion occurring into the neighborhoods. Like I said, in most cases, through these kind of channelization, stop signs, crosswalks, bicycle paths, pedestrian access. By the way, there's sidewalks with the exception of a short strip here. We have a pathway through the landscaped area, and then there's a missing link of sidewalk that could be added, which then would provide all the access, safe crossings. And again, a comparison must be made as to this particular road with its volume as compared to roads that we have compared of other streets that have the same situation, same kids crossing, schools, and every 75 feet a driveway where cars have to back out, cross 2 lanes of traffic to go in a direction that they want to. This could be handled and the concerns could be mitigated. The next one is what we call the hook ramp. And no longer are we dealing with the 500 vehicles under these next alternatives, but now we must deal with the entire ramp. And as earlier as I mentioned that in the no access alternative in 85, we must, in this particular directional flow, take 85 in consideration because there is going to be some changes in directional patterns that will reduce the off-ramp at this location. Currently, today, that ramp has a volume of 3,200 vehicles. If we assumed, and we made an assumption, that at this particular move, that moves down the Stelling Road, moves down De Anza Boulevard would decrease by 50%. And that's a large amount, but we had to arrive at a number to see and test that number to see what kind of impacts that would have. We reduced that number from 3,200 down to 2,300. And so rather than dealing with a 3,200 vehicle volume, at this point here on Bub Road, the number would be closer to 2,300. With knowing the assignments that would occur, we could then assign how many would make a right turn, go back to Stevens Creek, and then how many would tend to make a left turn and utilize Bub and McClellan. The concern here is that all of a sudden the decision point that used to be here, which allowed traffic to make a left turn and use Stevens Creek Boulevard to go to the east and south, because they're brought to a different decision point, may tend to make a left turn here rather than the right turn to go back out and then go south. They will tend to make a left turn since they're already halfway down and continue to use Bub and McClellan. These numbers here again are existing with the increases. When we reach Bub Road and McClellan, that's where problems occurred. We tested the intersection level of service and found that it would go down from a C level to a D level, and we're within some 80 cars of dropping it down to an E level. And what we felt, even with the reduction of 50%, this probably is too close to call and too close to taking a chance that this impact could not be, it's not acceptable. And furthermore, that if a double left turn had to be provided, there was no room either on McClellan or actually on Bub Road to be able to do that. McClellan Road in the general plan is not projected to be any wider than 2 lanes, so there is no room to try to make this intersection work better. That's one pitfall. The other one is that the increases on McClellan probably are too excessive when compared to the existing volume. To add another some 300 vehicles on it is not, doesn't seem like this alternative really has any viability from this intersection and McClellan Road. Next one. This particular one is just a variation of the hook ramp dealing with the same numbers with the exception that it is a full bridge which would then divert that traffic that must go around to Stevens Creek, De Anza College-oriented traffic, to utilize the bridge. So it doesn't really do much for the other areas other than De Anza College because it provides a full direct access to the college. If anyone really would favor this alternative, it would be De Anza College, and they have stated that they would be opposed to it because it takes land away from their future building expansion and therefore would not be interested in this alternative. And again, this alternative probably is the most expensive alternative of all the options studied. Furthermore, there was a slight reduction at this intersection, but still not at the comfort level that we would accept. And again, there's still some increases on McClellan Road. So this alternative, again, has impacts on McClellan and the intersection. The next one is called the braided ramp. And this one is the unrestricted braided ramp, which allows traffic then, both the loop, the movement that we're trying to solve for, and in this particular case, there's discretionary trips coming from San Francisco or Mountain View that could choose to take this route or take this access versus the Stevens Creek. This alternative allows the interchange to remain as is with all turning movements occurring at Stevens Creek, but it adds another access point down in McClellan. This one would allow a left turn and a right turn to occur. And again, this particular move is not troublesome because supposedly it's the same vehicles that would occur at Bub Road if they would have got off at Stevens Creek and traveled down Bub to this intersection. But it's this particular move that would not be desirable. The next alternative then tries to...
No questions, please, at this point.
The next alternative is the same braided ramp, but knowing that we have a problem making that left turn, is to restrict that left turn, but still provide access to the De Anza College, because that is going to be one of the main purposes or needs for that turning movement to be able to gain access to the college. So with a 3-lane bridge that's projected, 2 lanes could remain in both directions of McClellan, and the 3rd lane then could be a dedicated lane that would provide direct access onto the perimeter road at De Anza College. One stipulation, however, and again checking with the De Anza College, was that not the requirement at this point, but desirability to close off this access point so we would not have this kind of move occur through the campus and then out onto McClellan and defeat our purpose. So it was important at this point to say if this alternative was favored, that we probably would want to seal off De Anza College from the neighboring community and allow De Anza College then to have their direct access onto the other roads, and preferably with the parking structure occurring, that these access be directed towards Stevens Creek so they can get onto the freeway rather than use the local roads. The other one then would be a right turn only. And again, this has to be somewhat addressed, that if we created a black box at the intersection of Bub and McClellan Road and stated that these are the right turn moves that are going to go into the intersection, that most likely are the residents of the area that normally would have used Stevens Creek Boulevard to Bub Road and down in here, we merely take the volume of traffic that would have been on Bub and transfer it over to McClellan for this short piece. So in essence, if you were looking inside this black box, you'd see the same number of vehicles. You haven't created or added more vehicles. You've only shifted them or redistributed them from Bub onto McClellan. Because they're discretionary trips, other than the loop, there will be a balancing effect between these two intersections where this one would be utilized and vehicles would use Bub Road, and if this one became too congested, then they would use this, but there would be a constant balancing. The traffic signals could be retimed to provide that shift and to allow, if we provided green time to Bub Road, then we would take that same green time in essence and give it to McClellan's left turn move. So that is just a rebalancing effect. There is, however, some movement coming off of this ramp that would want to go back into the Somerset or Monta Vista, but that is really a right turn move, and that's probably a 10% or so that would make this, well, maybe more on this particular one, that would go back up to Bub Road. But that, in a sense, on a traffic signal, is in a sense a freebie from a green time point of view, because they can make the right turn on red. So on that basis, we find that the intersection is somewhat unaffected, that McClellan Road actually gets a decrease, because in the other ones we stated that the industrial park would most likely go up to Stevens Creek to gain access to 85, and therefore we reduced that left turn move here by 50%, same as we did elsewhere. And so this minus 240 in essence is that reduction in the left turn move that occurred, and since we did not put any traffic back on, that negative was able to be retained, whereas on the other one, the negative and positive came out to be a total increase. This all gets us down to a summary, and back to our criteria, back to the different options. And again, as I mentioned, from the geometric point of view, they all meet the standards. From a level of service, we found out that the no access did have some effect on the other intersections along the routes that traffic was diverted to. The Mary Avenue signal stayed essentially the same. The hook ramp and the full interchange did have an effect on the Bubb Road McClellan interchange, where the braided ramp, because of the shifting of the traffic from Bubb to McClellan, did not affect the intersection. From a community impact, the only one that really goes beyond the study area is the no access, because what you've done now is thrown or diverted traffic from the study area outside of it, utilizing roads that are not within that area defined as a study area. The study area impacts, how does this impact the actual study area itself? The no access, because they have to travel to other parts of town. The Mary Avenue, the study area will find its access back on Stevens Creek, some 1,000 feet easterly of its original point. The hook ramp at Bubb, most of them would be in that area anyhow, traveling the southbound. It does have a little bit of an effect on the northbound traffic, but we felt that was probably no change from the study area because they're heading in the southbound direction anyhow. The full interchange, same thing. The reason we gave these two a plus is that we felt that the study area now really had two choices. It could gain access to Stevens Creek, or it can go down to McClellan. As long as we weren't introducing new traffic, the study area then was able to choose from two different points of exits. The adjacent area impacts, we felt that they all probably have some negatives to the adjoining, with the exception, again, the restricted one, because we have reduced traffic on McClellan. By now adding on it, there is a negative aspect on the neighborhoods such as September and Rose Blossom, because the restricted area does not allow them to make a left turn move into their neighborhoods. And therefore, in order to try to minimize the impacts on McClellan, you have to somehow give up that move in order to preserve that negative. The approval process, this is the only one that gets a plus because that's the only one under your control. The rest of them are somewhat beyond your control, and they must be approved by other agencies, which the Mary Avenue has a lengthy process and probably has to go through two different agencies of the federal government, the state. These two also have some approval processes. They all, by the way, need to go through an environmental assessment, and this by no means would be the end of it. There would have to be environmental concerns raised. There'd be still a lot more work in any of these alternatives to proceed to any kind of a completion. The cost is the other factor, and as you can see, with the exception of Mary Avenue, because that is a construction cost, with the idea that the land needed in the Homestead High School could be swapped with land that the city has. All these other ones require right-of-way acquisition. And the reason the right-of-way has not been given to you is that that is a difficult one to evaluate. The authority would have to be looking at different options in acquiring once it got down to a precise plan, because if they were encroaching, let's say, on a building by 3-4 feet, they may find that they can move that 3-4 feet away from the building. And right now, on a preliminary plan, it shows that we may cut a portion of the building. Plus, there's possibly a way of purchasing an entire site or two sites, redevelop that and sell it, and then maybe the net cost may be a lot less than if we had to pay severance or damages on the parcel. So if you can see, you've got the ranges in here of anywhere from 0.5 to 8 million plus right away. The staff, after going through, presented maybe an option for the council to look at, and that is because no one alternative sticks out as being the best alternative, or that it has the best ability to be implemented. We looked at, after evaluating the pros and cons, after evaluating some of the different impacts, and try to come up with a kind of arrive at a consensus through a process of elimination. And we took the first two alternatives here, alternative one, which is the no access, and said we ought to eliminate that because it impacts the study area, impacts the community, and impacts certain intersections. And actually, even if you do eliminate it, if all other options fail, that option gets implemented by default anyhow, so you haven't lost anything by eliminating it at this point. The full interchange, we ought to eliminate because it's the highest cost. It replaces interchange that already is there for no real benefit. If you look at the benefit-cost ratio, it just isn't there. It still impacts McClellan, and it impacts McClellan and Bub intersection. So those two, we'd say, have impacts that probably should, at this point, be eliminated. This leaves us with 4, and next grouping would be what two alternatives still have impacts on certain sensitive roadways, and we think the hook ramp still has an impact on McClellan and Bub, and disrupts the interchange at Stevens Creek by changing it, by shifting half of it over to Bub Road. And therefore, we feel that this one probably should be either low priority or somehow just early on eliminated. Braided ramp, unrestricted, I think, has too much of an impact on McClellan. It doesn't impact the intersection, but it does the roadway itself, and it requires a signal at McClellan, further impacting the roadway itself. This leaves with 2 possibilities to continue on and possibly continue on simultaneously, and that is the Mary Avenue and the braided ramp restricted alternative for the reasons that we've described earlier. That concludes the presentation. If there's any questions.
Questions from council?
Yes. I have 2. Looking at the restricted braided option, could we put that one up a second?
That would be
6.
it's alternate 6. Yes, schematic would be better. We have some. Should be alternative 6 on the bottom.
Better keep those in.
Yeah.
In order.
Okay. Now my question is, if somebody wants to get to the Oaks Shopping Center or to Memorial Park or something like that, okay, that's my answer. Thank you. And then I have one other question. If I understand the process and what you said correctly, then any alternative or alternatives, plural, that we think are worthy of consideration need to be studied further, and that further study includes an environmental assessment. Would you explain what that includes so that everybody understands how that process would work?
Maybe Will Kempton or the Caltrans could give you a more detailed explanation on that, but it's like our ERC, we evaluate the project once presented to see if there's an EIR required or a focus EIR or a traffic report. Or environmental impact report.
In other words, we would look to see what impacts there were in the neighborhoods, for instance, what mitigating measures might be undertaken to address them. There will be public hearings in this context, both for other jurisdictions that feel they're affected, as well as the neighborhoods and the city at large. It would be a continuing open process like tonight is, just a further...
I guess I would also say that from a city's point of view, even if there wasn't a required EIR, that these things are too complicated, that you would have committees that would review the alternatives and come up with the final plan, that this really isn't a final plan by any means of any of the alternatives.
And that we can't come to a final plan then tonight.
No, I think you can, if you can, you would come up with consensus, because if you recall, the last part of the report is that we have another step in this whole process, and that is to try to sign a freeway agreement and performance agreement, and you have to determine whether you're going to wait until these things are finally resolved, or whether you're going to approve the agreements and hope that we can continue with the process to the end.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Well, you have that one up there, Bert. I have two questions. One is, did you find out any more information if you could have a free right as you exit 85, a free right around the Perk Pond and into the industrial area?
I think that could be done from a technical. It means acquisition of right-of-way, and then also evaluate the cost of that for the amount of vehicles that you would be removing from Bub Road between, say, this point and that point. You'd still have them here, and then just about the railroad tracks, which goes right about in here, you'd make a right turn and then get them on to Bub Road. So that could be studied further, and it's viable.
Okay, then my other question is, instead of totally blocking off McClellan where you enter Deanza at Rose Blossom, would be like to block it by the recycle centers, so that people coming off 85, crossing the bridge into Deanza, would use the route that goes up to where the Deanza's doing their new parking structure.
Move up in here.
Right. And then that the people still entering Deanza College off of McClellan would have that access, and they would have to use the parking that's around by Stelling. Is that a possibility?
Well, that I can't answer because that's Deanza College, but I would imagine that this alternative would require a lot of cooperation with the college and the city and the authority to try to establish a circulation plan that would work both for them and the city. I think we know that this particular access has been a burden on the residential neighborhood, and if we could do something to improve their access, and I know they don't want this removed, but if we can show that this particular access maybe is more important than that access to McClellan Road, it may be beneficial to both.
Okay, thank you.
Bert, perhaps just a matter of clarification. I know I had the question in my own mind, and I received an aerial view from you. The fact that we have the interchange as it now exists, where the freeway has ended, and I know I had the feeling that what was wrong with the original design, that you couldn't just put in the diamonds and that takes care of it. And my understanding in talking with you is the fact that since that was first planned back in the 1960s, the state has changed some of its standards and distances for merging and weaving. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think tonight I didn't mention, and I think that's important, is that I've got phone calls and I've got letters too, giving us some proposals for this area, and I want to make sure that that we have already passed that, in the sense that some 11 alternatives were studied by Caltrans and the authority. We presented those to the City Council, and I think it's pretty conclusive that finding a solution within 85 and Stevens Creek probably is not in the cards, and that's why we went south of Stevens Creek to look at other alternatives. But
so in other words,
the standard has changed, and they're not willing to implement any new projects that fall under the old standard in fear of liability.
So for example, as you come on 880 from Milpitas and you approach 101, they've got that interesting sign that says weave, like go at it, folks. They can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I think you might want to ask, Will Kempton's here, and I'm sure he's got Caltrans representatives here, and you may want to ask them that directly.
John, is that the end? Yeah. Okay. Bert, just one quick question. Would you explain what the impact of any of the alternatives would be on the construction that's taking place at Stevens Creek now?
I'm told that based on these alternatives that we discussed tonight, that the Stevens Creek modification does not have any impact on those decisions. In other words, there is sufficient width in the bridge to allow, if we had to bring an extra lane underneath because of the other alternatives, the hook ramp or the braided, that there's sufficient distance there. So it does not preclude any of these alternatives that we're discussing today.
Okay. And just to elaborate a little bit on Council Member Rogers' question, the best that Council could do this evening would be to set a direction for any alternative or alternatives that it wished to pursue further, then would have to begin a fairly lengthy process of a number of evaluations to put those in some sort of final form. So this evening, the net result would be, if any, a direction as selection of an alternative or alternatives. And I think, Bert, at this point you have Caltrans or
Well, Kempton, I think, would like
Traffic
to address
Authority
the council.
to continue with the presentation. Well, I'd ask that you give yourself an introduction and let the audience know just who you represent and what your status is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Will Kempton. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Traffic Authority. Just for your information, with me this evening are currently one member of the Traffic Authority, Mr. David Moyles from the City of Saratoga, represents the South Zone cities on the Traffic Authority, and we expect later this evening Council Member Jim Bell from the City of San Jose to be here as well. I think that indicates the level of interest in which the Traffic Authority holds this particular issue. Also from our staff behind the curtains, hiding out of the public eye, is our Deputy Director for Community Relations, Eileen Goodwin, as well as Jim Billings, the project engineer that has had so much involvement with all of the alternatives that have been considered. And somewhere in the crowd is Paul Hensley from the Department of Transportation, Caltrans, who is here tonight as well to answer any questions or concerns that you have. Let me just raise 2 points that I think Bert touched on. I certainly don't want to take any time away from the public testimony, but I think it's important that you have before you these 2 facts. In terms of the cost of the various alternatives that are being presented tonight, many of them will in fact approach the $10 million level if you throw in the right-of-way costs as well as construction, recognizing that we might be able to do some things in right-of-way, as Bert described, to minimize or lower that cost to some degree. But I have to again reiterate to the council that that level of funding is not available from Measure A for building an alternative at this location. As I've told the council collectively and spoken to each of you individually, there is only a reasonable amount of dollars that we have available given the fact that the program is wholly committed, and to take dollars away from another project to do something here is obviously not going to set well elsewhere in the program. That's not to say we don't recognize the importance of a solution here, and I think you know we've worked very diligently to try to arrive at one. And if, in fact, the solution that the council selects is outside of the range of the Traffic Authority to pay, we will certainly, I will certainly look to recommend to the authority some contribution at some appropriate level, and then we'll have to work with you to find funding from some other source. The next issue that I'd like to call to your attention is one of process. And I note Bert has offered you 2 options depending on how you proceed, and Councilmember Rogers raised this issue earlier. Obviously, it's your intention to take public testimony tonight, and no one can fault you for wanting to be able to consider that testimony before you make a decision on the freeway agreement. But I would urge caution on your part in terms of when you do come to a final conclusion, if we are involved in a solution that is going to take time, that you first adopt the freeway agreement, agree to sign that agreement, and then we will work with you along with the Department of Transportation and others to try to implement whatever decision that you think is appropriate here. If we are to get this project moving and keep it on schedule, we need that signed freeway agreement, and I wanted to leave you with that tonight. I will be available to answer any questions either now or later in the evening. I'm just right over here, and if you need me to come and comment at any time, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Will. Is there any comment or questions for Mr. Kempton at this point? Okay, thank you very much, Will. Okay, at this point, we have the lights up a little bit, please. We will open the meeting for public input, recognizing that there are a number of people in the audience who wish to speak tonight, and recognizing that there are somewhat solidified groups that perhaps have representatives for the groups. I would ask that we use a little bit of discretion and courtesy in presenting the information to the council and to the rest of the public that's here. If we do this in an orderly fashion and respect the speaker and have courtesy to that speaker, I think we can all benefit in acquiring information and learning as much as we can this evening. Believe me, this is a very difficult issue, and the council is looking for as much input that is useful as possible. We have to look at these alternatives. Each of the alternatives have advantages and disadvantages, which I think were quite clear from the presentation. The more information we can get which clarifies those advantages and disadvantages, the more useful the testimony can be. We will not try and limit any discussion this evening. As the evening progresses, we will have to make judgments as to what becomes repetitive, and at some point we will have to come to a conclusion. But at the beginning, I would ask your indulgence and have representatives from the groups come forward. And I know there are people inside the cafeteria that may want to speak, and we could have them come forward and make room within the auditorium here for them to speak. So what we would probably like to do is have 3 or 4 speakers at a time, sort of group over here next to the podium, and then as each person leaves, another person come forward, so we don't take time with people coming out of the audience to come forward. So with that little bit of background, I now open it up to the public hearing and ask that the public hearing begin.
John?
Yeah.
I would like to make one comment, and this is just my own thinking on this, and perhaps it can help some of those who are going to speak. I personally, at this point, don't have to be convinced not to have the hook ramp, the braided ramp unrestricted, and the full interchange. I don't want those, so you don't have to get up here to convince me not to, not to have those. So maybe that will, some people get into that. Let's get those out of that. That's my thing. I can't speak for the rest of the council.
Well, that might solve things in a big hurry. Bert, can we list up put an overhead with the alternatives? Just the list of the 6.
The list of the 6.
Okay, John, which one of these groups?
The ones that I would like to hear arguments pro and con on are Mary Avenue, the braided ramp restricted, the no access. Bert has said not to consider it now because if we don't accept either of those 2, by default we back into that. So I would like to hear basically the arguments for, against, how people feel about those 2. And out of that may come something, at least from my own thoughts, maybe no access, but those 2. The others...
I think that there is a consensus on the council in that direction, but I believe that without precluding any other discussion, if someone here feels that they have some pertinent data on either one of the ones that Mr. Plungy has indicated that less data may be available, please feel that that data will still be received and respected. And the other point is that if you have questions, please ask the question through the chair and we will see that they get answered. Sure. Pardon?
Raise the board.
We can raise the foil, but not the board. Can you raise it up a little higher? Yeah, can we have more lights in the audience, please? That might be helpful. At this point. Oh, evidently we have a power problem with that at the moment. We will try and get that corrected.
We should point out we do not own this facility.
Mr. Hauser, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. Cupertino is a unified city. It's comprised of several communities or neighborhoods. It is a progressive community with a workable blend of commercial...
Excuse me, before you begin, what we will need from each speaker is you please would identify yourself and your residence or other address for the record, please.
My name is Joe Hauser, and I live on 21461 Milford in Cupertino. As I said before, Cupertino is a unified city. It's comprised of several communities or neighborhoods. It is a progressive community with a workable blend of commercial and real estate and residential pockets. It has been an ideal place to live and raise our families. Today we are faced with an issue which, if not handled properly, can have far-reaching impacts on our lives as well as the unification of our city. We are threatened with an issue that can conceivably pit neighborhood versus neighborhood. one that is guaranteed to generate ill will if handled improperly. The truth of these words can be seen by the various factions that have developed to ensure that they will not be the ones to have to endure extra traffic and a decline in safety, pollution, noise, etc. We do not need a mini civil war in this community. We need a Cupertino solution, one that will not impact any of these areas, one that is fair and just to all the residents of this great city. 4 months ago, the fact that an easy alternative to the access from I-280 North to 85 South to Stevens Creek did not exist was first made public. The fact that only a small portion of the Stevens Creek interchange would not be serviced, or that other exits close by could easily handle this traffic, since they would also have reduced traffic due to 85, was not found acceptable. Instead, solutions to this problem were investigated. The solutions which should be solved the solutions should be solved in the highway system. It was now moved to the city streets, not the major arteries, but residential streets. No matter how hard you try, you cannot solve a highway problem in residential streets. Due to the impact of this problem on the Mary Avenue area, the residents of the area organized and spoke on the issue in the July 6th meeting. The City Council listened to our position and asked the Director of Public Works, Mr. Viskovich, to further investigate all the alternatives and look for others. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, your decision on this topic may well be one of the most difficult decisions you have to make as a member of the Council. Its impact will, and already has, influenced Cupertino and its residents greatly for years to come. It will influence the lives of thousands of people every day. It therefore deserves a great deal of consideration, soul-searching, study, and discussion. In preparation for this decision, Bert Viskovich has prepared a report to you, and he has analyzed the problems and come to some conclusions. Because of the importance of this decision, our Residents Committee has also prepared a report. We hope you have read both reports. Our report has several appendices that substantiate some of the statements made in the report. Several of the speakers here tonight will refer to that report. In addition to presenting many new and interesting facts regarding this proposed exit, it documents our objections to considering any residential neighborhood, be it Mary, Bub, McClellan, or anything else. The report that we gave you covers several areas. We talked about safety and safety issues. I've heard many times said that the issues around the Bub area were kids going to school. I agree. That is a real big safety concern. However, our kids in our neighborhood also go to school, and they go to the same schools that people in Bub go to. That means that not only do we have to cross Bub Road and McClellan and all the bad points over there, but we have to cross Mary, Stevens Creek, and all the bad points in addition to that. Safety is a big concern for us. Environmental. If you look at that map, could you move it down just a little bit? A little bit more so I can see the highway, yes. If you look at that map, you will see that our neighborhood is completely surrounded on two sides by highways. Some of the houses in our neighborhood are right up against the highway system right now. The noise that we have right now from that highway and from 85 already is beyond the noise limits that are allowable. We are already beyond that. Now, to add another noise area, which is the traffic on Mary, is not going to make it any better. We're going to talk about alternatives. And I know what Councilman Plungy's talked about, no access, but we do feel no access is the right way to go for the city. We will talk about regional impact. We do not feel that it is a benefit to anyone to have any of these exits. We will talk about engineering feasibility and the cost to the city. Certainly, if you do not have an access, there's a tremendous savings to both the city and to the taxpayer. If you consider the fact that it'll cost you over $500,000 to mitigate, as Bert uses the phrase, all the areas of Mary Avenue, that is city funds. That is something that Caltrans will not pay. In addition to the $2.5 million that Caltrans will pay, which 3 years from now, when this finally could be built, may be as high as $5 or $6 million, think of the cost savings that you might get. I also wanted to point out on this slide the orange areas. Those are the areas that have driveways or accesses onto the street, especially in the area between Meteor and the end of the residential area. You will see that there's an awful lot of accesses on that street, not just Casa de Anza, which would be hurt very badly, but there are also from your city yard, which means trucks would have to go there, and they would have a hard time turning around just like we would. There's also Lock and Store, and there's a new development that was just put in, which would have no access, making a left-hand turn, and they would have to make a right-hand turn. Of course, they'd have to make another U-turn at the stop sign, but that's what we talked about before. The report pulled out by the Public Works Department shows that many hours of hard work have been put into its presentation. It does, however, present to the reader a view that can effectively be shown to be based on assumptions that are questionable. For example, it is very difficult to envision that the volume of traffic will increase on almost all our arteries after 85 is built. After all, the main reason we were all in favor of 85 is because of the reduction of traffic through our town that it promises. If indeed it does add to the traffic in Cupertino, why are we building it? It doesn't make any sense. Yet the prime assumption that was made in the city's report was exactly that the traffic levels would all go up and would be based on existing traffic levels plus a delta of traffic that the city felt would be appropriate to add on. The report appears to show that Mary Avenue alternative is a promising alternative with hardly any problems associated with it. After all the examples of problems discussed with various city officials, it is difficult to perceive why they are not considered. In fact, the glowing picture painted of the Mary Avenue alternative is based on a completely different set of criteria than the other alternatives. This is sort of an apples versus oranges comparison. The following projection shows several examples of the criteria against which Mary and other alternatives have been compared against. On this slide, I'll try to go through this as fast as I can. The volume of traffic on the I'm talking about the report that was put out by the city. The volume of traffic on the Mary Avenue alternative was shown as a percent. On other alternatives, it was shown as an existing traffic plus an increase. Had we shown it as an existing traffic plus an increase, you would have seen that there was an increase in traffic also all the way to Bub and everywhere else in the city, but that's not the way it was indicated. The cost of the project. The slide does not show the city costs for the channelization. But on the other alternatives, we do talk about the right-of-way costs. In the city general plan, it was never mentioned, although we are already in violation of the general plan. In the other alternatives, whenever there was any levels that exceeded those specified in the plan, reference was made. Residential impact was not discussed in the Mary Avenue alternative. However, in the McClellan alternative, it was discussed several times. Access. The report says that Mary Avenue residents should make U-turns. However, other alternatives, the report refers to loss of access to residents. Those are exactly the words. Mitigation. The report says that most Mary concerns can be mitigated. On other alternatives, mitigation is never, ever even talked about. You have the second slide. Traffic volume. We talk about 500 extra cars. On the other alternatives, it's a 1-second delay projected on McClellan in part of the discussion, and yet the report states that McClellan is worrisome. We talk about transferring traffic from one area to another. Only 5% of the traffic would go to Mary Avenue, who would use that access. It's not even considered in other alternatives. Livability. The report says no change if Mary is implemented. Another alternatives, the concerns are mentioned. The negatives. If you read the report from the city, you'll find that it discusses the Mary Avenue alternative primarily in terms of positives. Other alternatives are discussed primarily in terms of negatives. And visibility, it says we have good visibility, yet we have one of the worst S-curves in the city, and it is not good visibility. However, could you get to the next slide? We want the city to know that Mary is the only alternative.
Please, we have.
That directly affects a residential area. And I want to address the noise I just heard. I agree with the people in the audience in terms of McClellan. I agree with them 100%. I don't want to see it in their area any more than I hope they want to see it in my area. But it does affect a residential area in my area, and I do have a right to say that. It impacts the quality of life and health of the residents of my area. That is the same issue that was so vividly projected by the city. In fact, if I'm not incorrect, I believe all of you people on the council made a great point about issue K, and it's a livability issue. Well, this is a livability issue to us. We voted for Prop K. We were very much in favor of it because it is a livability issue. We think this is the same type of issue. We feel that Mary is the only alternative that creates more problems than it solves. It's the only alternative that would take years to implement due to the acquisition of Homestead High School land and the continuing opposition of the residents. It's the only alternative that requires redefinition of a residential street to an artery. It is the only alternative that presents major environmental problems. It's the only alternative that financially impacts the residents of the area. I want to let you know that we already had cases of this where a home was for sale, it was sold, they had to disclose to the new seller that Mary is being considered, the sale fell through. The price of the home then went down drastically. It has already happened. Mary is the only alternative that impacts the cultural heart of Cupertino. The cultural heart of Cupertino is the Flint area. It is the park, and it is the area around where the Senior Citizen Center is. This is the only alternative that affects that area. And it is the only alternative that increases traffic in affected areas with no relief from 85. Every alternative gives you some relief. Mary indeed does have problems associated with its selection. The Public Works Director, Mr. Viskovich, has shown how he hopes to mitigate some of these problems. However, the clear facts remain that you can't mitigate everything. You can't mitigate the danger to our children who ride their bikes along and cross Mary. You can't mitigate the extra traffic wanting to turn at Stevens Creek Boulevard while De Anza students would cross. And right now, I know what Bert said about the fact that the number of cars turning at De Anza the light would not have to be changed. I myself have sat there for 3 light cycles trying to turn while people cross. And if you're going to have 500 cars an hour or more, I guarantee you that will not work. You cannot mitigate the danger to the many seniors and handicapped people who cross Mary and Stevens Creek. That is the hub of the senior center and the handicapped people who go to the University of, go to De Anza College. And you certainly can't mitigate the danger from cars that have not slowed down yet from freeway speeds. The city had put speed bumps on Highway 85 when it was stopped at Stevens Creek to slow cars down. We have speed bumps there right now. You're going to put speed bumps here also to slow people down going through a residential area? It's the same situation. I can guarantee you at night, if you put a stop sign there, there will be plenty of cars go right through that stop sign, going at 60 miles an hour, whatever speed they'll be going at. It is you cannot mitigate the diesel fumes and smoke from the traffic stopping and accelerating from the proposed stop signs, and you can't mitigate the loss of value to our homes. You cannot mitigate the deterioration of the quality of living in our area. The truth is that Mary, as well as all other alternatives that affect residential areas are just plain bad planning. and should be stopped before they can cause more problems than they solve. By even considering the Mary alternative, you are telling the residents of this community, and indeed the entire city, that you care less about their health and safety concerns, their well-being, their livability, etc., than you do for the motorist who feels erroneously that he might be somewhat convenienced by this or any other alternative. Does this make sense? Most certainly it does not. I have spoken to many people in the city in the last few months because of this. We've been heavily involved, as you probably know. Most people that I have spoken to cannot understand what factors could possibly motivate anyone to even consider this approach or any other residential approach. They maintain, as do I, that no access is the only real answer this city has. In order to prove this to myself, and hopefully to prove it to you, we conducted what we call a time and light survey. The slide that you see up here right now has two parts to it, Part A and Part B. The destination for Part A is Stevens Creek and Highway 85. The destination for Part B is Bubb Road and McClellan. There were several assumptions made. The assumptions are shown in the notes. The most noteworthy assumption is that it's a one-car wait at Mary Avenue. There was a green light at Mary, and there was a green light at Foothills when this was done. The routes indicated are shown under routes. This was done at 6:30 rush hour on a Wednesday evening to try to get rush hour numbers. If you look at the time, you will see that the time to get, for instance, to Bubb Road and McClellan from Mary Avenue is 5 minutes and 12 seconds. If you go to Foothills Boulevard, turn around and come back on Highway 85, on 280 and then to 85, it took 5 minutes and 42 seconds. If you go to De Anza Boulevard, it took 6 minutes and 10 seconds. The lights are timed over there, so it was easy to do that. Bubb Road, if you took the access from any of the Bubb Road access, we figured about 1 minute and 15 seconds. The point being that there is not much of a time differential for no access. The same type of timing goes for Stevens Creek and Highway 85. If you look at the numbers, you'll see they are very close. The number of lights and stop signs is what affects the Mary Avenue exit. And that only indicates one car wait. There will certainly be more than a one car wait at every stop sign. We are aware of De Anza College's concern regarding access from I-280 North. We understand that De Anza's desire for such access. However, we feel that the existing access, in conjunction with the reduced traffic flow in Cupertino streets due to the completion of 85, would provide the students faster access to the campus than they currently have or would have if Mary was selected. Although the Mary Avenue alternative may appear on the surface to serve the interests of the school, in reality, students who use this access in the morning rush hour would soon realize that the backups at the stop signs, the merging of neighborhood traffic, and the extended light, which most certainly would be required at Mary and Stevens Creek, would lengthen their commute over existing alternatives. The water theory, that traffic seeks its own level, would then go into effect. According to the city's report, which is Exhibit H, there are 34% of the volume of traffic in the morning and 40% of the traffic in the evening use the current off-ramp. Under worst-case conditions of 500 cars, that equates to 170 cars in the morning for De Anza and 200 cars in the evening. Does it make sense to ruin a neighborhood and spend millions to accommodate a very small percentage of the number of cars entering the school? As an alternative, if De Anza absolutely feels they need an access, a flyover from 85 could be considered. This flyover would have access only to De Anza and therefore not affect any residential area of Cupertino. We recognize that De Anza is an integral part of our community and feel their needs must be considered. However, those needs must be balanced with the needs and the desires of this community as a whole. The concepts mentioned are meant to accommodate the requirements of De Anza as well as the surrounding community. Our group, as I'm sure other groups, would be willing to work with De Anza, the city, and anyone else to amiably solve that concern. We have spoken to several of the BUB area organizers and are in agreement in principle with them that no access is the best approach for all of Cupertino, not just Mary and not just BUB and not just McClellan, but for everyone. If a solution could be found at this late date that is in the highway system itself, I am sure we would all back it. However, since that possibility is slight and there appears to be no current effort to do that, the no-access alternative deserves your consideration and support. I ask you, please do not burden Mary with your decision. Don't burden BUB with your decision. Save the taxpayer millions of dollars. Save the city millions. Make a decision that is for the people. If you listen to the people here tonight, I believe that all the people will probably be, or most of them will certainly be, in favor of no access. That is what the people of this city really want. I thank you.
Excuse me. Is there any questions, Mr. Hauser? No, thank you, Mr. Hauser. We have like I indicated before, there's a number of people that want to speak, and I appreciate the emotions and the willingness to want to support or somehow show your disfavor with statements that are made. But in the long run, those tend to be counterproductive and take time from the proceedings. So I'd ask your indulgence and, again, your courtesy to the speakers, and their point and their views are what they believe to be proper, and I'm sure that you have, when you want to speak, have the same beliefs. Thank you.
My name is Gurjan Aral. I live on 1040 November Drive. And I am not officially representing an formed organization, but I have the consent of my neighbors and approval of them to raise some issues here, which I believe has been greatly overlooked in the prepared report. First of all, I would like that to be understood, that the details of the report, which today also have been distributed at the entrance, have only been recently known to me. And therefore, I did not have plenty of time, by no means the amount of time our fellow citizens at Mary Avenue had, to study the report, nor to spend hours into details of various options over there. So here I will only present my concerns, my views about the so-called restricted braided access to McClellan, since it is of greatest concern to me and to my neighborhood. Going through the report, which is quite lengthy and which is quite technical for me, and for which I only had a limited time to prepare for. That is therefore why I apologize that I cannot give you a first-class presentation with overhead projectors and things like that. I have observed various shortcomings in the city's report about this restricted braided exit. And also I have observed a lot of issues which has completely been overlooked and not mentioned. And when you go through the report, this also becomes obvious simply by the length of the treatment. It appears that the other alternatives, the alternatives other than to Mary, have been rapidly, quickly rushed. For example, the study for the Mary Avenue treats the whole issue in 4 pages, in 12 lengthy paragraphs, whereas the issue about the recommended braided restricted access via McClellan is handled in 4 short paragraphs being each of them is no more than 5 lines long. So it's, I will here point out a list of things which I have noticed during my study of last night. So all these things have been prepared yesterday without lengthy time. Well, this is important because here we are discussing an issue for which one group of the citizens had an extensive period of time to get prepared, whereas we didn't. Now, first of all, the Public Works report looks at the issue from some steady and average traffic point of view and overlooks particular civic issues associated with the problem. Now, first of all, the access is not only an access from the 280 northbound traffic. As it is mentioned here before, it is an access to almost full traffic. That means any movement coming in all directions from 280 and 85 can take the exit at McClellan. That is unlike the other exit at Mary. Upon exit, the new traffic load will mostly split onto Bub in both directions, north and south. And there will be no left turn onto McClellan. And however, as it is mentioned before, this right turn only restricts the use of the access to a sizable neighborhood, although in the report it is mentioned as a small subgroup, which is a very diminutive statement. I will come to that point a little later. I anticipate that there will be a lot of U-turns made by the neighborhoods. Again, I will come back to that small subgroup statement, and I don't understand why there was this double diminutive. This small subgroup actually consists of a very peculiar area of the city. It consists of the streets of September, August, Fall, October, November, Fiesta, Festival, the so-called Alden Glen, Rose Blossom, and its many neighboring streets. And I don't understand why it was so difficult for the Public Works to count the number of the residences over there, given you have the access to the city plan and all those things. Now, the reason why we understand that the reason the residents of that area cannot make use of this is because of the sharp turn over there, and the September drive will be blocked out. And as it is mentioned again by the Public Works, there is no possibility of providing for safe U-turns on those streets. Those streets are all two-lane streets, one lane in each direction, and there's absolutely no room there physically to provide for a U-turn facility. So what is going to happen is those who will want to make the U-turn will make illegal turns at the 7-Eleven store at the corner or at the Lincoln Elementary School driveway. Many issues have been sidestepped. It is not really mentioned how the Bob McClellan intersection will handle the rapid growth of the city, which was in detail mentioned in the beginning of the report, talking about the no access issue at all. And furthermore, again, the small subgroup, which will not be able to use that exit, will have to divert to some other exit, possibly and probably to the Rainbow exit. Are the people of the Rainbow area made aware of this situation? And what is the impact of that? Now, this is despite of the statement of the city that the city does not prefer to divert one area's traffic to another district of the city. But this is exactly what's going to happen. Again, the situation for September is particularly drastic because, unlike Rose Blossom, a large residential area depends on September Drive as their one and only access road out and into their homes. There is no other access road to a large section over there, and this is exactly what we will not only be blocking, but we will be clogging. I live there, and I already have great difficulties at the rush hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, at the school time, to get in and out of that area. Now, furthermore, it has been completely overlooked and not mentioned in the report, although briefly an address was made here verbally, that there is a Southern Pacific Railroad crossing right on the McClellan as well as on the Bub, which regularly closes at or about the evening rush hours for a long and slow freight train. This is true and factual. According to the report, The traffic increase on McClellan is worrisome since it is the city's most sensitive residential road. Yes, this statement is made with reference to the no access option. Yet, in which way this worry is alleviated by opening up northbound McClellan to all the traffic of 280 and 85 is not comprehensible by me. Neither Bob nor McClellan are suitable for an expansion to double lanes. The new expansion of Measurex Corporation at the corner of McClellan and Bub will certainly exacerbate the problem. This situation has not been addressed and has not been taken into account at all. When Measurex Corporation was issued a building permit, such an off-ramp was not a consideration, at least not to the public. Measurex employs over 800 people. Practically all of those commuting northbound 280, southbound 280, westbound 85 will all prefer this exit because it is like a door-to-door service. Other companies on the Bob Road will contribute to this effect. There are 3 major schools at or about this intersection. Lincoln Elementary School being almost right at the intersection, and the other 2 being Kennedy Junior High and Monta Vista High, resulting in a high-risk area for school children, ages 6 through 18, and I am talking about foot traffic, the children walking and biking into those areas in the morning, rush hours, and in the afternoon. This fact alone makes the 4-paragraph blessing of the public works for this ramp a disservice to the public, I believe. How will the bike traffic and the sidewalk needs of the school children be handled with at least the double load at the intersection? Last, but certainly not the least, the sizable hinterland of September Drive, with its sole and only access to the outside world being overcrowded and restricted, will turn into a depression zone. And it will turn into a depression zone in the heart of the city. It will not be difficult to show that the depression was the consequence of the city's choice, which makes the city possibly financially liable too in the future. Well, I may have left out many more concerns because I only had a very short, very limited time to study this thing.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Will Betchert. I live at 10485 Farlap Drive in Cupertino. I've lived there for 12 years. I'm a homeowner. I've lived in Cupertino 3 years before that, and I like it here. I prepared a letter which I gave earlier to the city clerk for the record, and I believe she gave you copies. I'd like to give copies now to the other 2 addressees, the city manager and the director of public works. I first of all want to congratulate the city and the public works director on the discussion paper that Mr. Viskovich went through earlier. I think it's a credit to the city. It shows primarily that there is a number of alternatives that are worthy of consideration. And I think that the bottom line is that Caltrans, who found it necessary to change the rules, simply didn't try hard enough to solve the problems that caused. And that is the main point of my presentation. I think the city needs to decide what it wants and deserves and put pressure on Caltrans to deliver it. I don't think Caltrans has tried hard enough yet. My comments that follow are primarily a difference of perspective and emphasis relative to the effects on Cupertino, and I will try to be very brief about them because I realize you have a long evening in front of you. I think the main thing to consider is the community-wide perspective, the community-wide impact. And although the traffic studies that Bert went through are very interesting and ultimately have significance to the particular neighborhoods, I don't think that his paper adequately addresses the community impact involved in the question. I think the most significant community-wide issue is that the no-access alternative is simply inadequate and unacceptable. It does not fully serve the community. Thank you. I would admit that's my wife, but she's out of town, so. Part of the problem is that the discussion paper doesn't take a broad enough perspective, either in space or in time. The study area is very narrowly defined. It doesn't consider the extra traffic that's diverted to De Anza Boulevard, to Homestead, to Foothill Boulevard, to McClellan, to the west of Bub Road. It simply does not take a broad enough, well, and as the last speaker mentioned, to Rainbow Drive, it doesn't take a broad enough perspective in space. And also, it doesn't take a broad enough perspective in time. I didn't see a mention in the whole report of the long term. Mr. Viskovich mentioned year 2000, and from what he said just about that very near term year, we are facing dramatic problems. The year 2020 would be even more of a problem, and if we have no access now, we certainly will have no access in 2020. The next point that I'd like to mention is that, and I do this for a particular reason, we disagree, my wife and I, and many of my neighbors, with the city's assignment of 90% of the no-access traffic to De Anza Boulevard. We believe that at least 40% and possibly more than half will continue on to Foothill Boulevard and backtrack. In order to get off at Foothill Boulevard, they have to weave across 2 lanes of traffic that are coming onto 280 northbound from Highway 85, both southbound and northbound. They have approximately 60% of the distance to do that Caltrans has found to be inadequate for getting off of Highway 85 and exiting at Stevens Creek Boulevard. So Caltrans, by their decision, is forcing traffic to Foothill Boulevard and forcing them through a dangerous maneuver that is much more dangerous than the one they're trying to avoid. If Caltrans is afraid of liability, I would like to point this out and emphasize it as a serious liability that they certainly need to give some consideration to. And I hope, based on my mentioning it in the public record tonight, they will have a basis to be sued over it in the future if they don't give it adequate consideration. The next point is regarding the discussion paper's nonchalance about signing the agreement and going on good faith. please, please don't sign the agreement till you're satisfied. I don't care if we have to build a fence at the city limits and wait for the approval processes to work themselves through. Keep a hold of your leverage. Finally, I think that there are other alternatives that are not yet being adequately considered that need further consideration, and I'd like to encourage the City Council not only to go through with the two alternatives that Mr. Viskovich has recommended proceeding with, but also to direct him to look for additional alternatives that may still have some merit. I've identified one that I think has merit. I talked with Mr. Viskovich about it today. He says it requires disruption of residences. I think that if you tell him to go back and consider it again and to put pressure on Caltrans to consider it again and to recognize that they have $10 million to play with, they can come up with a way to avoid impacting residents. I have a picture of it here. I tried to figure out a name for it. The first name I came up with was the second loop alternative, because if you just provide a second loop, the red one that is shown, it will provide access from the northbound traffic on 280 to get on to the flyway that the southbound traffic from 85 will use, and they will have the full distance to exit at Stevens Creek Boulevard, as was originally expected. The green line that I've added is the line that is the roadway that needs to be added in order for the southbound traffic on 85 to get off at Stevens Creek Boulevard. I believe that red loop can be constructed without taking a house from Maxine Drive or Caroline Drive. I think that you may have to certainly build some bridges, maybe even move a bridge, maybe depress the roadway going from southbound 85 to northbound 280 in order to create enough elevation for the loop. But I believe that if the city presses Caltrans, they can come up with a feasible way to construct that alternative without taking property from residences on the two roadways. If they can't, that brings me to the last point. I think that the City Council has a very important responsibility to look at the long-term and the community-wide benefits of their decisions, and to be willing to make a hard decision that adversely impacts a few individuals. And I believe that this loop is an example of a decision that could be made that would have some adverse impact, perhaps, on 3 or 4 households, but on the whole would have a very beneficial impact for the community as a whole and in the long term when compared to the other alternatives that are being considered. And I hope that you will ask Mr. Viskovich and Caltrans, and in fact demand of Caltrans, that they look harder to find a way to handle the limitations that they've imposed within the current right-of-way and freeway interchange system. And I believe if you push hard enough, they will come forth with some
parallel or in separate actions, and we came up with about 15 or 20 alternatives and narrowed down to 12 and got geometrics worked out on them, and nothing worked. The alternative that Mr. Betchart just described was looked at, and it impacted a number of homes in the Sunnyvale area.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and members of the Council, my name is Owen Tassica from 10467 Mary Avenue. And, sir, I would ask your permission, if I may, to use the pointer on the platform. Would you agree to that? Thank you.
There's been a mention that they've lost the TV network at the break time. Might be good for a break.
Mr. Mayor and members of the Council and ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out that our area, as we remarked at the meeting in July, is here in Casa de Anza. It's a condominium townhouse village on Mary Avenue, and I'm representing the residents of Casa de Anza because we are the most affected community if the Mary Avenue access took place. And I'd like to point out to you, sir, that we are bounded, our small village, on three sides. Our rear side of our property is within 30 feet of the 85. We are within 0.2 miles of the 280, and if the Mary Avenue exit goes through, as has been suggested tonight, then we would be bounded on three sides, with a tremendous impact on our small neighborhood here. And I'd like to point out that on this diagram here, I've tried to show how we relate to the nearby affected areas. And here is the Oaks shopping center, and here is the Glenbrook Apartments, and the various homes, sometimes known as Nathanson Ranch, areas just to the east of Mary Avenue. Another important part in our neighborhood is the Garden Gate School and the forthcoming community center, which we believe will materialize, the Memorial Park, and then the Senior Citizens Center on the corner here. And so we are gravely concerned at the impact that this will have, in spite of the reassuring words that came from Mr. Viskovich. Next, please. I'd like to point out...
Could we go back to that just for 1 second?
Certainly.
Because I don't think you intended scale here, but I wanted to point out the community center abuts Memorial Park and does not abut Glenbrook. I think there's just, so we're aware, it's out on Stelling.
Yes, I agree with that. This is Stelling here.
Yeah, and so the community center should be brought down a little bit there. It does not abut the Glenbrook Apartments, just for clarification. Okay,
thank you, Mr. Pungy. Yes, thank you. Right. And I'd like to point out some of the factors in our small village here. And we have 84 townhomes. There are about 150 residents, about 150 vehicles. Our total property value is somewhere between $15 and $17 million. And we have 7 exits onto Mary Avenue. And it's these 7 exits and some of the implications of that which are giving us so much cause for concern, in spite of the reassuring words of Mr. Viskovich. I'm going to take you to task over this, Bert. Thank you. Next, please. And lest we just talk about numbers and statistics, this is our village. This is Mary Avenue here. And these are our homes. These are our bedrooms. We look out within 20 feet or so of Mary Avenue. And if we were to have the 300 to 400% increase in traffic on our community road that's projected, it would have a disastrous effect. Never mind mitigation measures. Mitigation measures in many respects, as I shall point out in a moment, will make things worse. But these are our homes, and we are a nice little community. We have all ages from 3 months to octogenarians, some of whom are here in the audience tonight. And we are concerned about the access across Mary Avenue for the schools, to the Garden Gate School, and then up here, the bike lanes, and getting to the high schools. Next, please. And I'd like to point out, sir, the problems that are caused by the massive number of exits that there are on this short length of Mary Avenue, so that as you proceed from the Stevens Creek Boulevard end and move down past the Memorial Park, the Glenbrook Village, the Cassidy Anza townhomes, the Lubeck Cupertino Corporation Yard, with a large number of commercial and heavy vehicles and trucks proceeding in and out, the new estate, the Lock and Store with vehicles which include caravans and boats and trailers, all trying to make exit at this crucial end of Mary Avenue, and to a total of 19 exits, all of which cause a tremendous implication for that traffic trying to maneuver if Mary Avenue ever becomes the off-ramp. Next, please. This endeavors to present, sir, in a graphical form, material which was a little bit similar to Exhibit K, which Mr. Viskovich described earlier on in the evening, and we've endeavored to make this graphical to emphasize the manner in which our small area here is going to be bifurcated if this Mary Avenue off-ramp proceeds. And I want you to notice, sir, these numbers which we're showing here, and which were essentially taken from Mr. Viskovich's report, that if the 500 vehicles at peak, for example in the morning, do in fact come over and down Mary Avenue, the 500 vehicles is represented here by 100%. Now the survey showed that about 1%, plus 1%, of all that traffic was actually destined to go into this immediate vicinity here. The majority of it would proceed down to this point here. And then it would split several ways. 12% would go down Stevens Creek Boulevard, 30% would go into De Anza College, 56% would proceed west along Stevens Creek Boulevard, and of that 56%, 36% would go down into Bubb Road, and 21% would proceed further west along Stevens Creek Boulevard. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, do you realize what you would be doing if you allowed these overpass to go through? We would be attempting to solve a problem posed by Caltrans on the freeway up here in the name of safety, and we would be transferring the whole burden of this problem onto a small residential neighborhood of Mary Avenue. It's grossly unfair, and I think our residents feel, our neighborhood feels it's outrageous to transfer one problem to have had a newly developed problem here, and then to transfer the whole burden here. And our little community here of Cassidy Anza is the most affected by this. Next, please. There are some remarkable features of Mr. Viskovich's report. I appreciate that it was done in haste and probably done under duress, with the mayor and the council members pounding his table and his door and wanting to know when it was coming out. But I must say, it was done under duress, and it shows. Mr. Viskovich, I spent a whole week on my Macintosh trying to make your statements come together, and they wouldn't. Let me point out that this is taken from page 4 of the report, of the most recent report of the 2nd of November. And in this page 4, we read the statement in connection with the no access, to now consider the effects of 85 for this particular study would not be proper, since it would require a major study of the entire city. So that in considering the no access in connection with Mary Avenue, no relief was allowed on 85. Later in the report, take a look at this, on page 11, thank you. On page 11, however, we read that with the extension of 85, it is assumed that a reduction of approximately 50% would be achieved for southbound Stelling and De Anza Boulevard from this ramp. So later in the report, when we're discussing, for example, the hook ramp, we find that it's permissible to assume that there would be a 50% reduction in traffic on De Anza Boulevard, but earlier in the report, where the implication concerns Mary Avenue, it's not proper to consider any reduction or any relief of traffic due to the passage of 85. Sir, this is extremely inconsistent. Now, if it was just a matter of simple arithmetic, it wouldn't matter. But it could mean, if it was followed through, the decimation of our small neighborhood. And it's grossly unfair. Next, please. Now, the implications of this are as follows. And Mr. Mayor and council members, I would ask your indulgence to study this carefully for just a moment. Can we have the right-hand corner? Thanks, Tom. This is the 500 incremental vehicles which now could not make the southbound exit down 85. This is in the event of no access. And as pointed out in the report on Exhibit I, it's presumed that 10% of the traffic would anyway find its way up here and would proceed down 85. This seems to us to be eminently reasonable. That this would mean that the remaining 450 vehicles, or the 90%, would proceed down De Anza Boulevard. And it was suggested again in the Director of Works report that 59% of this 450 would proceed up Stevens Creek Boulevard, 32% would proceed up in the direction of Bub and then further west, 25% would proceed into De Anza College. But I'd like you to notice, sir, that if you look at the existing traffic levels here in 1988 of 2,656 vehicles in De Anza Boulevard, and if you allow the 50% relief by the presence and the construction of 85, then you are down to 1,328. Now if you add the incremental 450, you have a total loading in De Anza Boulevard of 1,825, which is considerably less than the present levels of 1988. And I submit to you, sir, that the no access does not increase the congestion on De Anza Boulevard when the presence of the 85 goes through. We submit to you and to the gathering here that the end of Mary Avenue, where we have the Flint Center, the Memorial Park, and the Elderly Citizens Center, that it is a very special part of Cupertino. It is indeed the cultural center of Cupertino. In the years to come, the intersection of De Anza Boulevard and Stevens Creek Boulevard will be and is the commercial center of Stevens Creek, of Cupertino. But this region here is very special, and it's something that belongs to the whole of Cupertino. It's not just the province of the people of Mary Avenue, and we would ask you to preserve this and to treasure it, both for now and for the years to come. Next. On every summer's evening, as you go down Mary Avenue, and you go past the Memorial Park, you'll see some happy barbecues. These are people from the whole of Cupertino. This is not just the residents of Mary Avenue. Everybody loves the Memorial Park, and everybody treasures the outings there with children and grandchildren. Next, please. And we ask you to think very carefully that this could be the council, and hopefully not the council, which will cause such a degradation in the beauty and in the attractiveness of this cultural centre of Cupertino. Next, please. We would like to see this lovely area preserved well into the year 2000 and into the year 2020 and beyond. It's a treasure, and it can only be preserved if Mary Avenue doesn't go through the frightful contortions that the Director of Works described earlier on. Frankly, sir, when you were describing the manner in which you proposed to carve up Mary Avenue, I thought I had seen something like it on the wrong side of the tracks in Newark, New Jersey. And so when we meet again in the year 2020, we'd still like to be able to feed the ducks who walk placidly across Mary Avenue and feed across on the grass. Thank you.
I thought you were going to have a solution for the ducks. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I have to make this comment. I, for one, do not appreciate the deprecation of the hard work of the staff we have in this city.
I'm Christine Connell. I live at 10386 Anson Avenue, and it looks like I'm going to have to follow ducks, which is always a hard act to follow. May I step up onto the platform?
Surely.
The issue that I would like to speak to tonight is safety on Mary Avenue. Mr. Viskovich has given us some plans for the mitigation measures that he sees would be necessary in order to provide adequate access and egress from the Mary Avenue neighborhood. I've looked at these, and there are, I think, as many problems caused by the mitigation as would be saved by the mitigation. Primarily, I'd like to start with Casa de Anza, which is the buildings here on the left-hand side. In order for them, for instance, to go across to Lubeck, they would now have to come down Mary, cross this traffic, U-turn, back up, and turn right. That doesn't look like increased convenience for the neighborhood residents. My children cycle to school, to soccer practice, to the park to play tennis. We live on Anson, which runs straight into Lubeck. With this mitigation, they would not be able to get to the bike lanes, which are now located on the far side of the mitigation. They would have to go up Mary Avenue to where the freeway off-ramp comes straight in. They'd have to make a U-turn across 2 lanes of traffic. They would have to contend with the meteor traffic trying to come across the road. They would then have to come all the way down here with the off-ramp traffic greeting them here. This then provides us with several thoughts that it wouldn't be possible to cross the center divide, and obviously the mitigation can't be followed through as it now stands. The drivers from Casa de Anza would have to back out still into a road that would be severely impacted. The commercial lock and store, again, the traffic would have to come all the way up to the end, U-turn, and then turn into their facility there, as would the Public Works Department. The Oak Shopping Center has an exit right here on the corner, and another one also here. The traffic frequently backs up all the way along here at the present time. And the bike lane zigs out so that the bikes can go straight across. If there's additional traffic, then the bike lane at this point becomes more hazardous, and the exit from the Oak Shopping Centre would be severely impacted. The Gerard homes, which are now on Millard, those were assured that there would be no change in Mary Avenue. Now, in order for those people to get out, to go anywhere at all, their only exit, they would have to turn right, U-turn, through the off-ramp traffic, then come all the way down here. This road is the only way for the residents from the entire Somerset Square area, that's people exiting on Meteor, Millard, Lubeck, Casa de Anza, Glenbrook, the other Glenbrook, Memorial Park, and the Senior Centre. This is the only road that these people can take to go either north, south, or west. We can't go any other way in that direction. The only other alternative is to go all the way through the neighbourhood, past an elementary school, and on to Stelling. That's a real safety problem, I believe. Cyclists we've talked to, if people come out of Glenbrook, they're going to have to negotiate an intersection here, which will be a problem. And currently there are no bike lanes in this area here. That may be solvable, but again, they would then have to cross over here into this bike lane, down here, cross over all the off-ramp traffic that will be going directly across into De Anza College. So now we've got 2 additional intersections for cyclists and off-ramp traffic. That's really dangerous, I believe. The one thing that does not appear on any of the plans is the head-in parking. When, a couple of years ago, the city decided that Mary Avenue was, again, an 80-foot wide road, and it had plenty of room on it, and it was felt that it was necessary to have additional overflow parking for Memorial Park and the Senior Centre. The parking there was inadequate. And so the city put in head-in parking. That's what all these little stripes are. There is currently head-in parking, which is not mentioned anywhere in the report. And I'm not meaning to be derogatory about the report, but it isn't mentioned. This is fair. Okay, there's parallel parking here, and then it starts here, head-in parking, all the way along, brief exit here, all the way along, almost up to the edge of Casa de Anza, the beginning of Casa de Anza. On any single day in the morning, there are an average of between 50 and 70 cars parked along there. Those are students, I believe, going to De Anza. They're also the same students that are attempting to cross the road here on the long pedestrian turn signal when all of these 500 cars per hour are attempting to turn right, which I think would be an interesting exercise. Currently, there are about 12 cars stack up there any time in the morning rush hour. That, of course, would be repeated in the afternoon now as well, and tripled. Also, Memorial Park here, so we've got these parking, and now they're on the wrong side of a freeway off-ramp. So all this parking, which was also designed to be overflow parking for Memorial Park, the Easter egg hunt, the Art in the Park Day, the 4th of July picnic, this is parking that was provided for Cupertino city residents in order for them to be able to attend things at the park. According to all the mitigation, this would have to disappear in order to provide adequate and safe distance for the amount of traffic that is going to exit. When the community residents, at a hearing held at the Senior Centre, were talking about the community centre, I don't remember if it was the City Council or the Planning Commission, they assured neighbourhood residents that this parking would remain because they were concerned that people coming to the community centre would park on neighbourhood streets. And at that time, the residents were assured that this parking would exist.
Let me make a comment. The Director of Public Works said that parking will be able to stay, even with the mitigation on Mary Avenue.
I don't think there's adequate distance in the road.
Isn't that correct, Bert?
It's wide enough that the parking could remain. There's no proposal to really modify the configuration of Mary Avenue. It's just to add channelization into an existing roadway that's wide enough to accommodate all that.
Now, with the channelization, how would that allow for cars to reverse out? We've now got 13,000 cars an hour coming down the street. per day. Excuse me, per day. Per day. These cars are backing out across the traffic. This is head-in parking. This isn't parallel parking. This is head-in parking. So if there's a van to your left, you back out blind. So if the parking exists, then it's going to be backing out into freeway off-ramp traffic. That'd be like reversing onto the intersection of 280 and 85. Okay, the pedestrian aspect, very quickly. Casa de Anza now, Mr. Viskovich said there is a pedestrian walkway. It, I believe, doesn't start again till here, so you said that can be constructed. It would have to be. Students from Glenbrook and Casa de Anza walk along Mary Avenue. When this off-ramp, if it is constructed, were to happen, the stacking up of cars across Lubeck and up and down Anson would occur. Right now, they stack up down here. But what would happen at the rush hour is we'd have 7 or 8 cars trying to get out of Lubeck. And so the kids walking to school are going to have to negotiate that, which I think would be hazardous. Casa de Anza kids are going to have to cross 3 streams of traffic, which again is undesirable. Then we've got cars shortcutting through the neighborhoods. We've talked about channelization. That would be possible. We could make no left turns so that neighborhood people too would have to U-turn, go back up again to get through. But as Mr. Viskovich pointed out, it's perfectly convenient. It's more convenient than it used to be. And so if people want to get down to the community center, they'll come down here, U-turn, and zig through the neighborhood, again past Garden Gate School. At the end of Mary Avenue, I don't want to belabor the point, but right now, it's almost impossible to turn right in the morning. The bus stop is right here. People get off the bus and cross to De Anza College. They park in this head-in parking, 50 or 60 vehicles, and then walk across to De Anza. So the long pedestrian cycle, the traffic light goes to go, as does the pedestrian walk sign. The pedestrians step off, the cars stop. It's possible to go straight across, it's possible to turn left, but it is not possible to turn right, which is where 50% of this traffic would want to go. And so this could not be handled, I don't believe, with the pedestrian traffic, particularly if this parking stays there as we are assured it would. Could I have the next 2 slides? In conclusion, I've just put these up because I think better visually. The mitigators cause new problems. There's no bike access at Lubeck or Millard. The kids would have to go up and do a gigantic U-turn. There's increased weaving of bikes and cars as they U-turn at the top of Mary Avenue and again at the bottom of Mary Avenue. There would be increased traffic jams in the neighborhood as the cars try to get into the off-ramp traffic. The pedestrian hazards are multiplied. Anytime the cars go from 3,500 to 9,920 at Mary, which is where my kids are going to be crossing the street, that's got to be an increased hazard. The parking hazards, removing the head-in parking will violate assurances. If it's not removed, it'll be extremely hazardous. And the overflow parking used by all the city residents is going to be across a freeway off-ramp from where all the people want to go to. The senior citizens won't be able to get into their senior center or out of it either. Next one. In the general plan, I believe, which was quoted in the presentation from the Department of Public Works, it said that the idea of building freeways was to take traffic off neighborhood streets. Mary Avenue is part of my neighborhood. It's the only way I can get out of my neighborhood in 3 directions. It's not a viable alternative. I'm wearing a no off-ramp on Mary, but I really believe that it should be no off-ramp in anybody's neighborhood. I don't want to see off-ramp traffic on neighborhood streets. Thank you.
My name is Rich Sloma. I live at 21398 Meteor Drive. I've been there for 19 years. What I'd like to talk about this evening is some environmental concerns that the Mary Avenue neighborhood has. We are convinced that we have some serious problems here, and what we've attempted to do here is to quantify some of those. We don't think those are just arbitrary concerns. We think we have some hard numbers, and we'd like to present those to you tonight. We want to address three issues: the noise pollution concerns that we have, the air that is likely to be emitted by the additional traffic, and the general livability. We have some well-established standards in the Bay Area for what is acceptable noise and what is not acceptable. The Cupertino General Plan, to begin with, establishes the top two numbers there. The maximum acceptable noise for single-family residents is 55 decibels on the A scale. For multiple family residences, which would be some of the other apartments along our area, it would be 60 decibels. In addition to that standard, Measure A has a standard of 62 decibels, and when the sound level gets above that, then they introduce mitigation measures such as some of the sound walls we've seen around the Bay Area. Now, a sound survey was conducted by a company called Earthmetrics, and I believe they're going to speak later, so I won't really go into a lot of detail, and I understand also that the council was given a copy of that. They made measurements on Mary. They were concerned primarily down in the Glenbrook apartment area, but it certainly applies along the entire street. And they measured levels presently of the order of 63 decibels. They also used some of their engineering techniques to project the sound levels that will occur when the if an off-ramp were to be put through. They determined that with a Highway 85 extension alone, without the Mary Avenue off-ramp, we would go up to a 66 decibel level, and with the projected Mary off-ramp, the number they project is 69 decibels. That ignores the presence of trucks. If trucks are taken into the equation, then you get to levels of the order of 80 or 85 decibels. I'll talk about that. What we also want to point out is that this looks like maybe a trivial thing, 14 decibels, but you got to understand that it's a logarithmic scale that represents a 25 times increase in the energy level. So what we see from these numbers is that when Highway 85 extension goes through, the Mary Avenue neighborhood is already paying a price for that progress. However, if we add the off-ramp, that raises it to a completely intolerable level. Now, the safety mitigation measures that we've talked about, we consider are essential from a safety standpoint, but that only makes it worse because now you don't just have the steady state traffic of cars cruising by, you have stop signs, so you have cars screeching to a stop, accelerating from the stop sign. That's just going to add to the numbers that are already presented. I would like to respectfully disagree that trucks can be excluded. We've talked about what that means, and my understanding is that trucks that have to make deliveries to the neighborhood, trucks that have to make deliveries to De Anza College or the Oak Shopping Center would be permitted. If you think about that, that's every truck that wants to go off that off-ramp. You know, trucks don't cruise, you know, they go to where the deliveries are. So we're really talking about any truck that would want to would still be present, and so that's a real concern to us. There is a possibility, conceivably, of doing some noise mitigation, but we really consider that's terribly expensive. We understand the costs run in the $1 million a mile sort of level, and the aesthetics of the neighborhood and this cultural hub we've been talking about would just be a disaster. So we just don't think that's an acceptable alternative. Another environmental area that is really going to be impacted, we believe, is the air quality. We're seeing a traffic level of the order of 10,000 cars per day. That's like 3 times the present level that can do nothing but increase the levels of smog that are in the area. The Bay Area Pollution Control District has done studies around the area, and their figures show that the San Jose area is already the highest carbon monoxide pollution level in the entire Bay Area. They also conclude that motor vehicles are the dominant source of that pollution. Obviously, the homes right along Mary Avenue are going to experience a very major level in the increase in the pollutant concentrations. Truck traffic, which we believe there will be, is totally uncontrolled from a smog standpoint. There are no regulations on the exhaust emissions on trucks. The safety emission, like we mentioned, and any backup of traffic where cars just sit at stop signs or stop lights putting out smoke, that is going to add to the level all more, and we're not just talking about the things you can't see, but the smell that you're going to get along with that. The California Air Resources Board has documented quite clearly the fact that there are a number of respiratory diseases that will be contributed to both the incidence and the severity of such things as asthma, emphysema, lung cancer. There's quite a list that they demonstrate are influenced by the air pollution levels. In addition, whenever you're around a traffic zone, the lead concentration in the air goes up. There's just no way to avoid that. So you can see that some of the other areas may be things you can do something about, but you're really talking about the health of the neighborhood, and there unfortunately is just no way to mitigate against air pollution unless you keep the traffic levels down. The final thing I wanted to address was kind of general livability. We've talked some about that, and I won't dwell on this a lot. We presently have a very pleasant, low-stress, pleasant area, low-crime area to live in. Now, we include the cultural center in that. It's a resource for the whole city, and we've already talked about that. You can jog, bicycle, walk, whatever you want to do, you can get around the neighborhood quite conveniently, and again, we'll take strong issue with the Department of Public Works report when they give us a plus for convenience. It's just incredible that you could consider U-turns and all the access limitations as being a positive factor from a convenience standpoint. That just doesn't wash. If indeed the parking is not eliminated, then that would be a point that we certainly would retract, although we're very concerned because it looks to us scaling off the road that it just doesn't leave enough room to have parking also. And finally, we do want to also take issue with the fact that there's an implication in the report that there are only eight condominiums that have access onto Mary. Our concern is that we have both sides of the street lined with bedrooms and backyards that are just right on Mary Avenue. And so all of these things, the higher noise, the air pollution, they're going to be strongly affected. So it's not just a small limited number, it's the entire length of Mary Avenue and the neighborhood around it that's going to be badly affected. So we feel very strongly, as several other people have said, that the no off-ramp approach is the no access approach is the only acceptable solution. Thank you very much.
Before the next speaker, there are a number of seats that are now available within the auditorium for those of you standing at the rear, and also those that are in the cafeteria that might want to come to the auditorium at this point. There appears to be in the neighborhood of 100 seats available in here now. Yes, sir.
My name is Art Robertson. I live in Oakdale Place in Cupertino for the last 19 years, and I also appreciate the beautiful city we live in. And despite the apparent opposition on the part of the staff to the no access alternative, I do think a few kind words in opposition to the no access alternative are called for. And I would like to amplify a little bit on Bert's report. Particularly, it's important to note that the no access alternative does impact the entire city. Many areas just as badly, if not more so, than any of the proposed alternatives other proposed alternatives that have been discussed here tonight. Again, the no access alternative is really the worst of all. Bert's report specifically does not address one of the obvious serious traffic diversions which would take place with the no access alternative. We feel that many, if not most, of the traffic going to De Anza College would choose the Foothill Boulevard exit from 280. This road would divert approximately 3 or 4 miles out of its way. It would go down Foothill Boulevard. It would make a left turn on Stevens Creek Boulevard, which has just recently been completely redecorated by the city as a 2-lane road. This road already has heavy traffic, really cannot be conveniently upgraded to 4 lanes. It goes through a very steep dip. The city, I think, has already said that it would be a catastrophe to put a traffic light at the bottom of that point. Putting more traffic on that road is just as bad a problem as any of the other problems we've talked about. And as a result, I think that the city should, in fact, give even more weight to the no access alternative than was given in Bert's report. People talk about air pollution. You know, the worst possible alternative for air pollution is the no access alternative. This would take all of these cars which are presently going to De Anza Boulevard, to De Anza College, and divert them several miles out of the way, either down Route 85 with its 9 or 10 traffic lights, or down the Foothill Boulevard Stevens Creek route. So again, the no access alternative, I think, is the worst of all, and I do think that it's incumbent upon the State Highway Department to take a more aggressive look at solving the problem which they have created rather than trying to dump it on the city. Thank you.
My name is Wes Phillips. I live at 20739 Schofield Drive. Good evening to Mayor and members of the council. My first comment is I don't think your study area is quite big enough. It only concerns the people whose traffic directly affects that little neighborhood here or there. And yet, every kid that is going to Lincoln, Kennedy, or right here, and they're all within 100 yards of the intersection of Bub and McClellan, every kid between De Anza Boulevard and Stelling all has to funnel up McClellan. There isn't really any other way to cut through. And that's right where one of the propositions, it wants to dump out a whole batch of traffic. I might say it's a little funny to me that nobody has said how those kids are going to get across there while they're doing the construction. I suppose we'll figure that out after they run over a few of them with earth movers, but that's a different problem. We'll get that when we come to it. I won't take up too much more of your time than to say I hope you consider that in your consideration of, and would avoid dumping any more traffic on McClellan, particularly when I see Measure X putting up a fancy new building that's going to take a few more people. Since my commute, in my experience, is trying to get across De Anza Boulevard at least twice a day, I would assume that 85 is going to drop that traffic quite a bit. It has to. It's almost gridlock now at Rodriguez coming across at between 5 and 6. It can't go anywhere but better. So having a no access solution that only sticks a few hundred more cars on it when I think it's got to drop to at least maybe 60% of what it is now, it's probably not too bad. That would be my recommendation. I'd like to in conclusion, say thanks to Bert for the report he's done. I just wish he had taken our area into account. Those other people, you know, I have one kid walking up there now, and another year or two, there's going to be a couple more, and they're all going through it. And I'd just not like to see them have to, you know, I won't let them bike on the street now. They got to walk, because there's a sidewalk, but there's no place to bicycle on McClellan. It's a little two-lane street with fantastic traffic. So I hope you consider it. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, member of council, my name is Barry Chen. I live on 7953 Cranberry Circle. I'm not representing any special group. I'm just spelled out my feeling about the proposal, especially on the off-ramp on McClellan, the restricted braid. The reason is I work in the flexible hour. I came home at sometime around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I can notice right on that intersection, we can see the most foot traffic in Cupertino. And especially we are talking about those kids from kindergarten to high school. They don't know what right of way is. And we are discussing the traffic, 500 or whatever. We know what the traffic rule, but those kids doesn't know. And now we have all the traffic coming down there, and with the skateboard, bike, put those into the consideration. I think we're putting our kids in dangers to compete with the traffic, with the car. And that's what I want to express my feeling. And I live on Cranberry. My kid doesn't go to that intersection. But those people live on Mary, in that section there, their kids has to go through that intersection. I'm not saying it has to be on Mary or whatever, and I'm not saying Bert did not do his job. Apparently, the city is not trying to put any detriment effect on any special area, but when you consider off-ramp braided, put those kids into consideration. That's my point. Thank you.
Could I have a show of hands how many more people are going to speak? Okay, we'll take about 3 more, then we will take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Lorna Jones. I live at 21550 Edward Way. I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of any group. I'm opposed to any interchange or off-ramp south of Stevens Creek Boulevard. Options 1, 3, 4, and 5 are clearly undesirable for the reasons outlined by Mr. Viskovich in his report to the City Council. Therefore, Councilman Plungy will be glad to know that in the interest of time, I will limit my observations to options 2 and 6 and concentrate first on the restricted braided ramp at McClellan. I must dispute that this alternative will have no impact on the study area. Firstly, such an off-ramp will deprive one family of their home outright. I believe it is the policy of this council to avoid such right-of-way acquisitions whenever possible. Secondly, I believe it is unfair to those residents of September Way and the Rose Blossom area, and understand I don't live in that section, who must suffer the inconvenience of a freeway, yet be deprived of the benefit of access to their homes. Thirdly, and this is not mentioned in the report, the freeway off-ramp traffic has to cross the railway line. Both are at grade level. Granted, there are only 2 trains per day, but whether by accident or by design, the railway warning signals do malfunction sufficiently often as to be a nuisance. Since both the railway signals at Bub and the signals at McClellan operate in tandem, the traffic tie-up when the signals are improperly activated is especially disruptive. The next obstacle for traffic heading west along McClellan is, of course, the 7-Eleven convenience store located immediately beside the railway. The report has totally ignored its existence and the fact that the store has no southbound access exit on Bub Road. Off-ramp traffic making a left turn into the store during the evening commute will be in conflict with through traffic eastbound on McClellan and will compete for access with 7-Eleven customers arriving via Bubb Road and the off-ramps at 85 Stevens Creek. Aggravating this problem is the fact that shoppers leaving the 7-Eleven store to return home southbound along Bubb or westbound on McClellan are obliged to use the same driveway. They must try and filter directly into the off-ramp traffic since no exit exists for a left turn directly onto Bubb Road. I think this situation could lead to gridlock. Now let's consider the intersection itself. Mr. Viscovich's report, page 14, first paragraph, declares that, quote, the level of service at the intersection will merely be distributed, space, that it does not add new trips, but merely reassigns them, unquote. This is simply not so, and for the following reasons. Presently, people coming to work in the Bubb Industrial Park from the San Jose direction or from Mountain View exit at Stevens Creek Boulevard and enter the park from that direction. If that option is closed and the off-ramp placed at McClellan, they will find it wonderfully convenient to exit there and approach their place of work from the Bubb-McClellan intersection. In addition, maybe 50% of people from the Sunnyvale and Palo Alto directions who work at the southern end of the industrial park will do the same. You may say that the numbers here are small. I don't know, but I do know that we are planning not just for existing traffic, but any possible future traffic. Years ago, industrial buildings in the Bubb Park were restricted to one story only. That restriction has obviously been lifted. We now have a 2-story building on the corner of Stevens Creek and Bubb. Cogswell College and the building next door are 2 stories tall, and so is Measurex, which is currently building yet another workplace, which, judging from the length of time it's taking to establish the foundations, will also be 2 stories. How long will it be before all buildings in the industrial park are 2 stories or more? More workspace, more people, more traffic. And any of that traffic arriving from the south via freeway has to pass through the McClellan-Bubb intersection. The same truth applies to the residents of the Peninsula Avenue Somerset Square neighbourhood, Monta Vista north of Stevens Creek, probably including the neighbourhood down as far as Far Lap, the north side of the Orange Avenue neighbourhood, and maybe even residents from the Glenbrook Apartments on Mary. All presently access their neighbourhoods directly from Stevens Creek Boulevard. But if the restricted McClellan off-ramp is built to disperse 280 traffic from San Jose, all this traffic will have to pass through the Bubb-McClellan intersection, and some of the traffic from Mountain View may do the same. Again, this is additional load for the intersection. Residents of the northern communities will most likely turn back to Stevens Creek via the industrial section of Bubb Road. But Orange Avenue residents will probably continue forward along the Monta Vista section of McClellan Road to access their neighbourhood via Orange and Byrne Avenues, passing directly in front of Lincoln Elementary School and the Monta Vista High School. Now I come to yet another load factor. Proposition K included proposed funding for the purchase and preservation of Blackberry Farm as open space. Proposition K failed, and now the property is for sale to the highest bidder. There is a very high probability that it will be developed, and given the astronomically high cost of land in this area, it is likely to be developed at a high density. All the traffic such a development will inevitably generate will use the McClellan off-ramp too. Furthermore, access to this section is currently via Byrne Avenue, which is closed at the Stevens Creek Boulevard end, and unless vehicles weave through the residential streets of the Orange Avenue neighbourhood, they will be obliged to use McClellan and Bubb to reach the freeway on-ramps at Stevens Creek. It may be possible to eliminate this problem by requiring a new road from Blackberry Farm directly to Stevens Creek Boulevard. But if the council wants the golf course to be retained as a recreational and scenic amenity, this might not be so easy. I should now like to comment on the study area shown in Exhibit G, especially the boundaries to the south and east. Page 3, paragraph 4D of the report makes the assumption that residents of the Regnart area, Seven Springs and other communities bordering Stelling and Prospect Roads will automatically use the Rainbow de Anza Boulevard access to the 85 freeway extension. I don't believe this is entirely true for the morning commute. The report gives scant attention to the 3 schools in the immediate vicinity of Bubb and McClellan and the local traffic patterns generated by nearly 3,000 students attending those schools. Junior and senior high attendance areas, particularly those to the south and west, extend well beyond the study area, and traffic originating there has a significant impact on our environment. Students old enough to drive generally do so, and no matter whether they use Stelling and McClellan or Rainbow, Bubb and McClellan, they have to use the Bubb-McClellan intersection to reach the main student parking lot on the west side of the high school. This is traffic that will never be carried by the freeway, and it is likely to increase as development continues in Seven Springs and Beauchamps. Those students of Kennedy Junior High and Monta Vista not old enough to drive naturally have parents who do drive, and those parents often drop their children off at those schools on their way to work. I have lived 3 houses in from Bubb Road for 15 years, and I have seen it time and time again. I have done it myself. Parents join the queue of traffic along Bubb Road and let their children out of the car opposite Kennedy, or they use Hyannisport and Presidio drives to drop off their students at the back gate of Monta Vista High School before continuing their commute via the freeway access at Stevens Creek Boulevard. They do this sometimes on a regular basis, but especially when the weather is wet or cold, when students are tardy, or when they have a lot to carry. This is human nature and it will never change. We are always going to see commuter traffic diverted from a nearer freeway access point because of the special circumstance of the schools in our area. The Bubb-McClellan intersection is already congested with pedestrian and vehicular school traffic, which is likely to increase. To further encumber it with freeway traffic seems to me very unwise. The report advocates reprogramming the traffic signals. This may help to a limited extent, but no signals can compensate for the fact that both Bubb and McClellan were never designed to carry freeway off-ramp traffic. The first speaker from the public complained that no mitigating factors have been discussed for the other options. In this case, I believe there is insufficient space for the engineers to implement any mitigations. Now I think I'm going to be lynched by the Mary Avenue residents. I understand that among the options before us, alternatives 3 through 6 have only come under study since the Mary Avenue residents so vehemently rejected Caltrans' primary solution of the problem of the 280 North exit. They have every right to protect their interests, but I should like the Council to consider this. Prudent buyers considering purchase of a house, especially one located close to an existing freeway, look at the neighbourhood very carefully. Mary Avenue residents must have looked at the existing evidence on the ground, namely the width of Mary Avenue and the existence for the last 15 years of earth ramps on either side of 280, which clearly indicate that Mary was originally designed for some sort of through traffic. With the knowledge that traffic everywhere has been steadily increasing, they weighed the risk of through traffic and found it acceptable. I am glad to hear that some Mary Avenue speakers do not reasonably expect another neighbourhood to accept a totally unforeseeable and dangerous impaction of their environment now that Mary's acceptable risk has now become an acceptable reality. Regarding the no access option, the gentleman from Casa de Anza discussed the routing of traffic westward from the De Anza Boulevard 280 off-ramp. He showed traffic using De Anza Boulevard and Stevens Creek. That option is already too crowded. How long will it be before commuters discover the route via Homestead, Stelling, Greenleaf Drive, and so through the Mary neighborhood to Mary Avenue? This route is clearly undesirable. Maybe the Mary off-ramp would be a better solution. In the absence of a solution on the existing freeway and interchange, I am in favor of a Mary off-ramp because I believe, given appropriate funding for traffic barriers and landscaping, it is the least evil of all the evils before us. It is also cheaper by $1 million+ than the restricted braided off-ramp. On page 9, paragraph 1, the report acknowledges that traffic conflicts on Mary may actually be less than conflicts on comparable streets. It is also clear that it can easily handle the volume of off-ramp traffic and that such traffic and neighborhood traffic can be kept separate. Therefore, children and students on their way to school should not be endangered, and traffic can access De Anza College without intruding on residential streets. In effect, this solution does the same job of accommodating college traffic as an expensive bridge, which incidentally De Anza College does not want. I think the mitigating features described by Mr. Viskovich are pretty good and can probably be refined further with input from the residents. There is space in the 84 feet of right-of-way for the engineers to screen and protect all residents, including the 8 condominiums on the west side, from most negative impacts of increased traffic. In fact, the professional report makes it clear that all negative factors can be significantly mitigated. The only real problem is the time required to acquire existing land for the off-ramp. I want this council to understand that I have waited 15 years for this freeway to go through, and others have waited longer. I do not want a solution based on an accelerated timeline. I want a long-term solution, and I'm willing to wait for it. If Caltrans cannot come up with a freeway solution, I urge the Council to adopt the Mary Avenue off-ramp, to sign the necessary agreements in good faith and start negotiations for the necessary right-of-way without further delay. Thank you.
That I've always been proud of the people in Cupertino until this very moment. I've always found in my 10 years on the council that people in Cupertino could listen to people with whom they disagreed, and when both sides felt very emotionally, and they're always polite and courteous. And I would hate to see that change tonight.
Mr. Mayor, the council, my name is John Kroll, and I live on Collingsworth, which is not in the Mary Avenue area. It is in the Bub Road, Monta Vista area. One of the perils of standing in line here for 2 hours is that the speaker in front of you says everything you were about to say. What I would like to reiterate, though, is Mr. Viskovich obviously put some hard, though accelerated work into his proposal. Before I heard the commendable statements and arguments made by the Mary Avenue residents, I thought it was clear that Mary Avenue was a preferable alternative to the other alternatives, with the exception of the no access provision. What I would like to know from the council, if you could be so kind to answer my question, is no access a viable alternative for the city of Cupertino? Can this council actually make that choice if it deems it to be the best choice?
Answering the last question directly, yes, the council could make that choice this evening, but whether it's a viable choice, I think would have to wait to the discussion of the council.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to finish up by saying that, Mr. Viskovich, with my tongue firmly in my cheek, I'd like to thank you for the imaginative solutions that you provided to this problem. And it is a problem that we all recognize. None of the solutions, I think, are favored by the majority of the people here, with the exception perhaps of no access. I certainly see the pitfalls in that approach as well. I certainly think, however, that the Bubb and McClellan proposals, I don't need color slides of ducks to plead my case. It makes no sense to me to put a freeway off-ramp right across the street from 3 schools. Thank you.
We're going to have one more speaker, then we will take a break.
Yeah, maybe. My name is Marshall Goldman. I live on 10401 Castine Avenue. I consider myself a citizen of Cupertino, and I feel very strongly that it's important that the council do consider all the alternatives in light of the better good of Cupertino. By the way, I just want to turn around here. I've got an orange one, and I've got a yellow one. I want to make it clear that all Mary Avenue speakers do not support the McClellan Road alternative. We do not want a problem transferred from one neighborhood to another neighborhood, period. Secondly, the other point that I want to make is I can understand the feelings of the McClellan and Bubb Road people at this point. In June of last June, Mary Avenue people were very much in the same position that they were in. We received very short notice that an off-ramp was going to be put in our neighborhood. We did not have the benefit of any organization. We did not have slides. We did not have a professional presentation, but we were very, very concerned and very upset. And we went through and rattled off half a dozen different reasons why the proposal should not go forth. However, in the wisdom of the City Council, you chose to further study the matter. And we have worked with members of the City Council in an effort to develop a technically feasible solution, one that would not impact any neighborhood, that would not impact any school children, that would be able to solve the problem in a way that we could all come to a meeting and agree on it. Unfortunately, some problems, I think, don't have that easy a solution. The other point I'd like to make before I get going too much is, Bert, forgive me for what I have to say. Bert has spent a lot of time with us and has explained to us very graciously his point of view, and he has a point of view. I understand he's been with the city for a number of years, and obviously there's good reason for that. So that doesn't mean, however, that we don't disagree with some of the conclusions or some of the numbers that he has presented. At the previous council meeting, several members asked that additional alternatives be developed other than the Mary Avenue off-ramp. To that end, Wendell Stevens, Norm Kobayashi, Joe Hauser, and I met with Bert and John Gatto, Barbara Koppel, Will Kempton, and representatives of Caltrans in an attempt to brainstorm other alternatives. At that meeting, the concept of some kind of Bubb Road solution was discussed. We met with Bert Viskovich at least 4 more times to develop other alternatives, which Bert has presented in his report. Finally, we met with Paul Hensley of Caltrans to discuss the matter. In all instances, our purpose was to find a solution that technically would provide access to Stevens Creek for northbound 280 drivers without impacting neighborhoods, whether they be Bubb Road or Somerset Square or Mary Avenue. You must decide which alternatives to pursue. The Department of Public Works recommends that the braided ramp restricted and Mary Avenue options be pursued to final approval. Previous speakers have analyzed the potential impact of the Mary Avenue option as well as the braided ramp and McClellan option. The Mary Avenue Coalition has presented a report which clearly demonstrates the severe negative impact of the Mary option on the neighborhood and Cupertino as a whole. These arguments have been transmitted in person in the context of the meetings we have held with the Director of Public Works. We cannot understand why our specific concerns have not been addressed in the Department of Public Works report. In addition to not addressing the Mary Avenue concerns, the report does make an inconsistent analysis of each option. Based on this report, you cannot tell how much each option is going to cost and who will pay for it. This report contains assumptions that seriously bias its conclusions. In the analysis of the no-access alternative on page 4, the report states, quote, "To now consider the effects of 85 for this particular study would not be proper," unquote. Yet the analysis of the hook ramp alternative, page 11 states, quote, "With the extension of 85, it's assumed that reduction of approximately 50% would be achieved for southbound Stelling and De Anza Boulevard," unquote. For one alternative, no 85 impact. For another, a 50% impact. That's what the report says. The report is misleading in its representation of facts. At the bottom of page 7, when discussing the volume predicted for Mary Avenue traffic, Mary's PM peak and average daily totals are shown using the Mary and Lubeck intersection. Let me just show you that, if I have that slide, but I don't. Here. No, I don't have it. Do you have that slide?
I think we're familiar with that intersection mark.
Well, okay, what the point I'm making about the report is that when showing a graph of the average daily totals, what is being used is the Mary and Lubeck intersection, which leaves out all of the traffic coming from the Glenbrook apartment complex located between Lubeck and Stevens Creek. The real comparison should be made using 13,370 cars per day, a 35% greater increase. Another point was left out. Mary's peak traffic will increase 488%. Point I'm making is that percentages are used throughout the report. For some reason, percentages were left out in this at this point. I'm not saying that that is deliberate or that it was just an oversight, but it is misleading, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Mary's peak traffic, elsewhere in the report, percentages were included. This increase will make Mary more congested than Bubb Road or Blaney Avenue. The report also states, quote, "With the exception of 8 condominiums having driveways connected to Mary, there is no frontage on Mary Avenue," unquote. No mention is made of the fact that all of the Casa de Anza condominiums, 84 homes, and Glenbrook apartments, 504 apartments, use Mary as their only means of ingress and egress, and the fact that 100 apartments have bedrooms located within 20 feet of Mary. The report goes on to say, quote, "A level of service C+ exists and will continue if traffic is rerouted to Mary," unquote. There is no data presented in the report to support this statement. At the last council meeting, numerous citizens brought up the problem of making a right turn, as they have today, and common sense would indicate that if traffic is increased by 500% at an intersection, the intersection level of service will be lowered. Other speakers have commented on the many discrepancies, incorrect assumptions, inadequate explanations with regard to the Mary Avenue alternative. There are other problems, however, with the report. The valuation of each alternative is incomplete. Exhibit R shows no estimate of right-of-way for the Bubb Road and McClellan alternatives. These values can easily be estimated to some order of magnitude. If the planning department does not have the resources, other agencies can make historical data available. Nevertheless, the right-of-way cost is an essential component in order to make a reasonable decision. You have to know how much these alternatives are going to cost. If you're going to eliminate one alternative as opposed to another one, you need to know how much are they going to cost. On page 11, the report states that for Mary Avenue, landscaping alone would cost $400,000 to hide the traffic. No estimate is given for other mitigators. In addition, this alternative will take 18 to 30 months for approval. Even without resistance from the community, 30 months may be not long enough, and due to this delay, the price of Mary could easily double. Mary could be as high as $5 to $6 million when finished. Who will pay the difference? Numbers that we have obtained put the cost of Bubb Road hook ramps at about $8 million. That's including the right-of-way. The bridge at $10 million and the McClellan braid, either version, at about, again, an order of magnitude, $8 million. So one point that one draws from that is if you're looking at a recommendation that has a $2.5 million alternative versus an $8 million alternative, and money is an issue, you're really not looking at two alternatives, you're looking at one. And I think the council needs to know, in order to make a decision, what those costs are. Any of the alternatives that depend on acquiring, anyway, I said that. I believe that none of the alternatives are viable from the standpoint of costs and utility. We're going to spend at least $5 million for any alternative to solve the problem of 500 cars. In our conversation with Caltrans, the consensus seemed to be that the money would be better spent solving more important problems. The Mary Avenue solution was proposed originally by the Cupertino Department of Public Works, not Caltrans, in response to the perceived loss of access to Stevens Creek for northbound 280 commuters. Caltrans originally recommended that using De Anza Boulevard as the means for transferring the traffic, which could no longer get off at Stevens Creek. Caltrans originally said, well, you've got access. De Anza Boulevard is your access. In fact, the naming of the no access alternative is somewhat misleading. It's not no access. It is De Anza Boulevard access to Stevens Creek. That's what it is. When we say no access, people immediately think that suddenly we're never going to be able to get out on Stevens Creek. And I think that's a problem. Exhibit I shows the Department of Public Works projections for traffic throughout the community if the no access alternative is used. And I want to show you a slide here. Where is that? Excuse me. Could you do that one? See if you can get that open. Try one more time. Okay. All right. I'm not going to get up with a pointer or whatever, but what this slide does is analyze the impact of the traffic if it is completely taken off if the access is denied at Stevens Creek and it's moved over to De Anza Boulevard. Now, at the top of the page, and I don't know if everybody can see it, there's a number that says sideways on De Anza Boulevard. Let me point that out. 26, it's 2,656. That's the hourly count of the cars at the PM peak now existing. What Department of Public Works has done is added 480 cars to that as the number that would be transferred from 85 to De Anza Boulevard. Now, it's a minor point, but it's if 90% of 500 is 450, but big deal. So what? If you look at that map and you go down to the Stevens Creek Boulevard and you're looking over at the flows going towards De Anza Boulevard, you see a number 2,211. That's the traffic that is going towards De Anza Boulevard. The traffic that is predicted to go towards Stelling from De Anza is 1,917 plus 266, which is roughly about 2,100 cars or so. So even with assuming 90% of the traffic that is now transferred on De Anza Boulevard, we have the westbound traffic less than the eastbound traffic. To me, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I can't, I'm not an expert, but it seems to me that if you have a 6-lane road, 3 lanes one way and 3 lanes the other way, the 3 lanes that have the greatest amount of the traffic are responsible for congesting that traffic. If you look further down, you'll see every road, McClellan Road, Rainbow Drive, all have volumes that are less than the existing eastbound traffic, even with the 90% of the Stevens Creek traffic being transferred onto De Anza Boulevard. Now, I differ with these numbers in 2 respects. First of all, Bert is assuming 90% are going to take De Anza Boulevard. I believe that there will be a lot of cars that will opt to take Foothill Boulevard. So we may not have 480 cars being transferred onto De Anza. We may have something like 270. That's my estimate. The other thing is that the Barton-Ashman report, which was prepared by Measure A, states that Route 85 freeway is projected to greatly relieve overall traffic on existing streets in each of the 5 communities in the freeway corridor. And in the executive summary of this report, you can find a table that shows that the traffic on Stevens Creek, when 85 is put through, is going to be reduced by 25%. I mean, that's a number they're projecting. I mean, it's not, not something that we're pulling out of the air. That's in that report. So I would think that you could make a fairly quick and dirty analysis of this map by just assuming 25% less traffic is going to come down on De Anza Boulevard. And that's what I've done. And I've written in red the numbers. So to go further, I made a little bar chart of my conclusions. Now, these are just the streets that I discussed, and this is the impact of the, quote, what I would call the De Anza access alternative. If you look at the De Anza Boulevard South, which is the left-hand column, the left-hand bar chart, the first number represents what we have now, 2,656. The next number represents the number used by Bert, assuming no impact of 85. The third number represents assuming a 25% reduction in traffic volume as the impact of 85, as justified by the Barton-Ashman report. And I've done that for each of the streets of concern. And what falls out of this is that every street, when 85 has been put through, will have lower traffic on it, significantly lower traffic on it, even with the transference of this traffic going north on 280 and south on De Anza Boulevard, even eliminating that traffic. Based on these assumptions, the traffic flow is vastly different. Driving times using this alternative will be less than other alternatives because no mitigators whose purpose is to slow traffic and limit access to neighborhoods will be needed. All intersections will be greatly improved. I disagree with Bert's analysis in terms of all intersections are getting worse. Traffic is going to be eliminated. Intersections will be improved. Then why should we not consider the De Anza alternative? On page 6, the report lists 4 reasons, and I've got those here. Number one more time. See, we're professional here. Wendell, can you do that? You know, I'm going to do this for you the next time. That's still upside down. I can't read that. I'm going to take care of you. Okay, excuse me. Number one, the community is impacted because of traffic transferring. My little study shows the opposite, because traffic is reduced in all directions. 2, it's contrary to the city's policy of not transferring traffic one area of the town to another. Again, traffic is improved. The small amount of traffic transferred to De Anza and Foothill is insignificant compared to the overall reduction in volume. 3, this alternative will impact established traffic patterns. Now think about that. By this logic, 85 should not be built. 85 will drastically alter the traffic patterns of the whole city. That's beating to death the obvious, but anyway. This is the only alternative that will allow the city to make the final decision. Well, I agree with that. I mean, you could decide on no access and get on with it. There are other reasons that were not addressed in the Department of Public Works report. Due to the substantial decrease in Stevens Creek traffic, merchants along Stevens Creek feel they will lose business, and that, I think, is a very serious concern. However, if you look at the Barton-Ashton report again, unfortunately, at Stevens Creek, the traffic is going to drop by 25% regardless of what we do. Whether you put Mary in there or not, traffic is going to drop by 25%. We cannot work our way out of that. And it's good. We want the traffic to drop by 25%. I mean, that's the point. Any other alternatives take away from citizens of Cupertino established living patterns. Some take places of business, some take people's homes. One will devalue a prime neighborhood on the order of $25 million. My conclusion is, don't keep Bub Road residents and Mary Avenue residents and McClellan residents in limbo while the city wastes time and money producing questionable studies. Already, because Mary Avenue has been considered, at least one individual has lost thousands of dollars, cash. That's what he paid because Mary Avenue was being considered. And I realize that you members of the City Council understand that. Caltrans recommended the De Anza access alternative from the beginning. They're the real experts. I strongly urge that on the basis of the analysis we have presented and on the basis of experts and on the basis of common sense, sign the freeway agreement without Mary Avenue or Bub or McClellan options so that 85 can be built. We can relieve the streets of non-Cupertino commuters once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. At this point, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes, and we will return. Yeah. Okay, with me, we'll come back to order. As the beginning of this whole discussion, I indicated that as the evening wore on, we would find some of the testimony might be repetitive. I would ask the speakers as they come forward now to consider their presentations and to try and minimize repetition, because at some point the repetition is not very productive. And also I would like to reinforce Mr. Plungy's comments relative to the staff document and some of the comments that have been made relative to the document. I would ask that the personalities and value judgments over the work that was done be kept to a minimum. Realize that emotions sometimes charge presentations, but you have to realize that these people are doing the best they can, and that the problem we have before us was not one that the city wanted. It was one that came about because of a Caltrans situation, and we're all trying to find a solution that was best. And a lot of times in situations like this, there isn't a nice clean-cut solution. If there was, believe me, we wouldn't be here this evening. So let's go on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Wendell Stevens. I live on Ensign Avenue. Yeah, go ahead and put the first slide. We prepared a study for council, and in it we made a number of statements of things we agree with, things we believe in, and we've conducted a number of different types of studies and had interactions independently with a number of groups. And we understand now, and we agree with Caltrans, who states that the best alternative is no access. They believe that no other cost-effective alternative has been found for this volume of traffic. And a few hours ago, when I got home from work, I put on the tape of our last council meeting. I tried to remember some of the things y'all said. And Councilman Johnson said, we must look for an alternative that works. Mayor Gatto says, the Mary Avenue bypass is a bad idea. Mr. Plungy said, I may look at it, meaning Mary, and say no way after he's looked at standards. Again, Councilman Gatto said, council must work to stop the traffic intrusion into neighborhoods. And in general agreement, Plungy, Gatto, and Rogers said, stay within the right-of-way. And Johnson said, we must look for a win-win situation. And Barbara Koppel said, we need more study of the alternatives. And again, John Gatto said, traffic should be placed on arterials and not in residences. And I believe those statements are a good foundation on which to build in. We believe that the must-have a new exit advocates have not presented a legitimate case to City Council or to Cupertinians. We believe that Mary Avenue is the only alternative which affects high-density housing. We have 84 Casa de Enza homes, 504 apartments, and 267 Nathanson Ranch homes using Mary as the primary access. And I think the point that high-density housing and living is affected by the Mary Avenue alternative. We believe that there would be at least a four-fold increase in traffic on Mary Avenue, and that this seriously affects safety, and that the safety mitigations that were presented in staff's plan could not erase the primary problem, and that is the 13,000 cars. You can design a good street, and I think staff can do a good job with that, and has done a good job throughout Cupertino, and I praise them for it. But we believe in this case that the major problem is the fourfold increase, and that leads to the safety problems, and that the $400,000 in mitigation measures planned could be more properly applied elsewhere, perhaps to improve the safety of school children in the many schools in the Bubb Road McClellan area where my daughter went, along with many others in this auditorium tonight. We believe that the money for Caltrans could be spent of Measure A people could be spent more profitably ensuring the integrity and acoustic protection as 85 moves along Oro Grande and other roads through Cupertino. We want to have a prime quality of life conduit in this area, and we don't want skimping anywhere, and the money that would be on a non-cost effective alternative, an alternative that does not move traffic any faster than what we've got now, could be more better applied to ensuring the quality of life throughout this conduit. We believe that nowhere in Cupertino do you have another situation where a freeway and an interstate intersect. and that you have severe noise problems, and that the city noise standards are violated now, and that the 13th freeway lane, which is what Mary really is, in a residential area accentuates the problem. And we believe that city staff, although very capable, are not trained to handle interstate traffic and freeway traffic, but they're trained to handle collectors and local streets, and they do a very good job with that. But I think this problem is more severe than that, and that's why I pointed out in the first slide that the professionals who handle this type of traffic flow, the professionals who had the Barton-Ashman study done and looked at the major conduits throughout the valley and throughout the Cupertino area, have come to a proper conclusion as to how traffic can and should be handled. And that is with what we've been calling the no-access alternative, which in fact is not a no-access alternative. There are accesses in place now. We believe that the noise pollution control costs are notoriously expensive. You heard the figure tonight, $1 million per mile. And we believe that if you pursue the Mary Avenue alternative, you don't have neither the resources to adequately provide safeguards to the residential area. And even if you do, you've also heard that it would be an aesthetic nightmare for the residents. We believe that city standards are woefully abused in the study, and that the staff report was biased and incomplete in a number of ways, and you've heard us try and document those throughout the evening. We believe also that at Stevens Creek and Mary you have the highest density of pedestrian traffic. On the next slide. Yeah, maybe I got them out of order. That's all right. That's all right. I do have them out of order. But I'll just explain it. Casa de Anza students, major bus stop location. You've heard what we've referred to as the leisure and cultural center activities, the Memorial Park use, and a number of other activities involving senior citizens, handicapped, the many events in the Memorial Park area. And I think you have a chart there which I've made available to you which will go through that. And probably the thing that we're upset the most is the idea of city standards, and the fact that, to us, this report represents the triumph of mitigation over standards. Last July, when we had our meeting, a number of people expressed the hope and the desire that more pressure would be put on Caltrans and demand a solution the way it would have worked in 1972. And after that meeting, a number of council persons pressed the Caltrans representative on that point. And I was very impressed by his answer. His answer was essentially that, to the question was, why can't we just go ahead and force this connection in? And his answer was, if it doesn't meet standards, we won't build it. And that's what we asked tonight, because we think the city standards would be violated if you use the Mary Avenue alternative, and I suspect the Bub Road people feel similarly. If you think of all the 12 lanes you have at the intersection of 280 and 85 and Stevens Creek, it's 12 lanes, and by golly, there's a problem. We need a 13th lane to make it work the way we hoped it would work. And when we add up all the traffic that flows through that intersection, going north and south and exiting, we find that we're worried about 6% of the traffic, and that happens to be about 1/13 of the traffic, and that's that 13th lane that's missing. So there's been an attempt to reach over to 85, grab that 13th lane and slap it down on Mary, a residential street. Well, this is a violation of standards right there. Do you know what one of the things staff's report does not point out to you is that it's a residential street, and in order to do this, you have to upgrade it to an arterial. And I've got a document here that's a copy of the City of Cupertino General Planning Amendment, and it states in here the 5 types of roadways that you have in a city. And at the bottom is local, meaning residential streets. The next step up is a minor collector. The next step up is a major collector. The next step up is an arterial, and that's what we're planning for Mary, to go from a local to an arterial. And the final step on this chart would be a freeway. So we're going one step below a freeway in a residential area, and that's a breaking of a covenant. It's a unilateral breaking of a covenant. We've allowed developers to come into Mary Avenue with the understanding it's a residential street, and signed covenants to build and develop a neighborhood and our hopes and our dreams. And now the city says, wait a minute, or is considering saying, wait a minute, we've changed our mind. We want to make an arterial after our homes are built. It's one thing to build on a collector and have a developer go up and disclose to the people that are moving in there that, yeah, this is a collector, and that's what we meant it to be. But it's another thing to go into a neighborhood and say, we've designated this a residential street. Put your hopes and dreams into it, and then come along and change the rules is a breaking of covenant. We all stand around at our parties and we tell lawyer jokes, like lawyers are the problem. Well, lawyers aren't the problem. It's people who don't keep their word. And we talked about safety. Christine Connell talked about safety. And I want to mention again the Caltrans standards. When they had a safety problem, they said, we won't build it. And Cupertino says, or is at least studying, saying, give me your safety problem. Put it over on my residential street. Increase your traffic to 13,000. And let your bike traffic go down that street. Well, I don't think that's a very high standard or a very reasonable standard. The traffic on Mary will be higher speed. That's in the professional report from Earthmetrics. Cupertino standards need to be much higher. We're worried about 13,000 cars driving alongside our bicycles. I think all of us who have seen children riding bicycles at 8 o'clock in the morning going to school along Stevens Creek have our heart in our mouth watching them try and do that. And that's why many people from our neighborhood use carpools instead of allowing our children to do that. It's dangerous. Well, in terms of statistical studies, what you do when you wind up with try and come up with some quantitative analysis of safety, you say, well, this street has 0.2 problems per 100,000 occurrences, and the next street might have 0.3, and that might be Stevens Creek, and then you move down to Bob, and you got maybe another 0.3 per 100,000, and finally you get to McClellan, and you might have a 0.2 or a 0.3 there. And if you add up all these fractions, and that's what happens to safety. It's not just you're unsafe on one street and take the highest number, it's a cumulative fraction. You add that up. And kids that come from our neighborhood add up that fraction. It's 4 times more unsafe if you go down a busy collector called Mary, a busy collector called Stevens Creek, a busy collector called Bub Road, and finally another one called McClellan. That is a dangerous route. And it's like playing Russian roulette. If you had one bullet in a cylinder, you're taking a big chance. If you have 4 bullets in your cylinder, you're almost taking a disastrous chance, and there's no hope of success. So we don't like the fact that we've got a cumulative safety problem. And finally, we point out the problems of pedestrian traffic at Stevens Creek and Mary. Last time we met, I think it was around July 6th. And it was right after July 4th, and we saw thousands, literally thousands of people inside an hour crossing Stevens Creek, most of them at Mary Avenue, pouring into our park. And if you go there on weekends, on nice weekends, or special weekends such as Deanza Day or Easter Day or whatever, you'll see hundreds of people pouring across Mary Avenue over to the shopping center and back to the park. And on flea market days, you'll see probably 50 people or more an hour crossing Stevens Creek. It is one of the highest density pedestrian traffic places in the city. And of course, you have the Deanza students, which are a big attractor of more pedestrians, some of them handicapped and on crutches and so forth. So we have a big problem with traffic, with pedestrian traffic. And finally, I want to show another slide. No, it should be this one. This is a slide we've criticized staff for. The number that you see used to compare the Mary Avenue at Lubeck is 9,900 cars, yet just above that you see the traffic is 13,370, and that number could have been used just as well. There are some other differences we are worried about. Almost all the collectors shown below, most of which are already designated collectors and not residential streets, will find relief with 85. I think the number for Bub Road went from, on Exhibit N that Bert showed a little earlier, went from 950 to 541 or some number like that. And if you look at Bollinger and Miller, you have to divide those numbers by 2, so they go down to 10,000 and 8,000. So we found the 6 worst streets in Cupertino to compare Mary with, and it comes out no better than number 3 right now. And with the relief that 85 would bring, it would move up to number 1. We think this is not the right design criteria to try and build the worst street in Cupertino. We also wonder why the number 600 was used when 807 would be just as viable on this slide. So there are a number of things, subtle, which to us look like a biased report. We may be wrong, it may not be unintentional, but it occurred over and over and over again throughout the report, and we don't like it. Let me show a slide of what we call the De Anza alternative. This is a so-called no-access alternative. And if you look at the route, if you look at this point here, so say 2 cars start from that point. If one of them decides to take Mary Avenue, he would go down this direction. If the other car decided to take De Anza Boulevard and go this direction, they would get to that point roughly at the same time. Now let's look at what we're really paying. We're paying for a mile. This is a to-scale tracing off the Cupertino map that's given free as you enter City Hall there, which is very nice. As well as I could trace it. What we're really trading, the distance along De Anza Boulevard and Mary are roughly comparable, although De Anza Boulevard is a little shorter because of the S-curve. I must point out also that De Anza Boulevard has time lights. It's a straight shot right on down the street. I must point out also that it's an 8-lane, 45-mile-an-hour traffic corridor, and it's also the corridor that we contend will get major relief with the construction of 85, as Marshall and a number of other people have pointed out. The time it takes to move that 1 mile on 280 is no free ride. At 55 miles an hour, it takes a minute, and once you go into a turnaround, it's going to take another 25 minutes before you get to your first stop sign. And there's one thing that's different between stop signs and traffic lights. You never make a stop sign. It stops you every time. At the level of traffic we're talking about traveling at 500 cars per hour, we're talking about an 8-car queue at each traffic light. Now, we've driven down Stelling, down to Rainbow, and we have a number of stoplights there, and we've all been inconvenienced by that. It's the best situation we can have without 85 at this time. But you can't make good time going down that street. You won't be able to make good time going down Mary with the two stop signs that are planned there. And if I understand staff's report correctly, if it gets to where De Anza College students really like this approach, we'll put more mitigators in there to discourage them. So you've got a 35-mile-an-hour road that's a little longer than a 45-mile-an-hour road. And as Bert pointed out, sometimes when you take a right turn, you can do it without decrease of service, or whatever he calls it, and you can make that turn on the long time for De Anza Boulevard and make the first light. So what we're really talking about is a trade-off of a mile on 280 versus a half mile to 3/4 of a mile in Stevens Creek. And you know what it cost us? Doesn't cost us anything. And you know what it solves? A $400,000 safety problem that we don't bring into our neighborhood. It is a viable alternative. It's an alternative that should have been given more attention, I believe, in staff's report. And finally, we can come up with another no-access alternative in the next slide. How you doing, Marshall? This is what I've called the foothill access. And this time you can assume 2 cars are back here at this point, and one of them under the Bub Road alternative would take a route down here and double back to get to here, and the other alternative is to move this way Now that's a penalty. If you double the 0.7 miles of 1.4 miles, you have one traffic light. You make it all except that traffic light at 55 miles an hour, and you have a clean shot right back to De Anza Boulevard. It turns out that that alternative, as Joe Hauser pointed out early, works quite efficiently. And it will probably work as efficiently as the Bubb Road alternative, which is 0.6 miles away. It turns out that the only criteria you can really have if you're going to build any type of access is to keep the perturbation from Stevens Creek to somewhere in the middle of Bubb Road small. If you make that more than about a quarter mile, it's just not worth the effort. It's not cost effective. And the only alternative, when you talk independently with professionals in the area, the Caltrans people in particular, you'll find the only alternative that looks like it's a viable alternative would be the bridge alternative, which I understand most of council members have discounted on the basis of cost. But that's the one that works. That's the one that helps De Anza College and keeps the traffic off our street. That's the one that would take traffic directly into Major X and get rid of that traffic burden, and that's the one that would allow people to reach their Bubb Road homes with the greatest efficiency. I want to, yeah, that's one. I want to make a point one more time about why we have such disagreements with staff's report. I want you to look at this rendering of our neighborhood. Well, I'll try and find it. I want you to look at this rendering of our neighborhood, and I want to ask you to think, how would you describe this to someone if you were trying to inform them of what the impact would be if it's in your neighborhood? Would you tell them that there are 84 homes over there in Casa de Anza, and that's a high-density housing? Would you tell them that there's 504 homes fronting on 2,000 feet or more on Mary, the apartments? And would you tell them that 21 homes back up to Mary Avenue and will be greatly impinged by an artery running right behind their homes? And would you tell them that 267 homes directly from Castine over use that as their primary access to their neighborhood? Well, staff wrote it up and said 8 homes in Casa de Anza back on the street and there's no problems. That's a true statement. Well, we look at it as a half-truth. And when I taught my daughter about half-truths, I tried to explain to her, you know, when you tell a half-truth, that's a deliberate attempt to mislead, and that really upset us. And it's those sort of things occurred over and over again throughout the report. Yeah. I think I'm about there. I'm probably have another 4 or 5 slides. I think you've got a handout which I gave you. I'll skip this slide, but you can see 3 checks of points we disagree with staff's report on level of service, on the description of the neighborhood, which I've already mentioned, and the projected volumes. Let's go to economic issues on the next slide. That right there, I think. The flyover cost is estimated to be $2.5 million. The Mary Avenue mitigations were $0.4 million. We estimate the noise pollution control cost to be in the neighborhood of $1 million. The Homestead High property could be sold more easily than the 30-month process we're going through and applied to any alternative, and we estimate that that would probably be in the neighborhood of $750,000 million. And we don't know from staff's report how much land is given up and how much land is traded for, whether it's an equal swap or not. But we generally supported Measure K in large numbers. Maybe it wasn't large enough to pass with the enormous percentage we needed, but we supported Measure K, and we generally, in Cupertino, don't think it's a good idea to give up our public lands for intrusions of freeways. And I think that's what Measure K was partly about. I heard tonight for the first time that you're going to try and save the parking space on Mary Avenue, and I think that's well worth it. If you do decide to do away with that parking space, there's a replacement cost for that, which the park, the community center, if you buy the defunct racket club and so forth, will need for their overflow activities. And the final point there is, to us, this doesn't look like a $5 or $6 million project. This looks like a $30 million project. And we're greatly concerned about that, and I don't think any other alternative has anywhere near that impact. and we implore council to consider that issue. This is as serious as taking away several homes, which council has agreed not to do. The next slide, please. Staff pointed out quite accurately that if you pursue the Mary Avenue alternative, there are a number of agencies you have to deal with. The federal department and a couple of different departments, the State Department of Transportation or Caltrans, and Fremont High School, Fremont Union High School District for the swap of lands. There was one very important agency that was left out, and that's the city of Cupertino in trying to rezone our street from a residential street to an arterial, which will also take about 30 months or so. And as I pointed out before, that's not just one hop up to a minor collector, that's a 3-hop jump. That's a major change. And I might point out also that Will Kempton at the last meeting in July pointed out that you cannot guarantee success on the negotiations, and especially when you've got an environmental impact report that I believe will flunk muster. Next slide, please. I tried to point out here the factors I thought staff should have informed council on, which were more important factors than evaluating level of service and technical details. These are decisive criteria, and they come again from the general plan criteria, which you see shown in this graphic here. And it's not so important what I think goes in those blocks, but it's very important what you think. And one of the things you learn in various techniques and building consensus is to lay down your criteria. And I think the proper criteria are the political or residential concerns, the business concerns, the economic concerns, the engineering feasibility. In other words, does it do the job after you build it? Will it do the job better than what you got? And will it help? Public safety and property values. These are all the criteria right out of the general plan. And so if you build a matrix considering these criteria versus the various alternatives, and you notice the first two alternatives I've got there are what we've been calling the no access alternatives. And I got to remind you that we're talking about only 6% of the traffic. That full diamond intersection we have there is complete for all but 6% of the traffic. And it's complete for anybody that wants to leave. It's only people arriving. You're only making a one-way exit at De Anza Foothill. It's not a two-way problem. You can go back to work or back home or wherever you're going on 85 without any inconvenience at all. So I've tried to put some justification down on this chart of how I was thinking about the situation. And on the next chart, I made a scale, a numbering scale that went from 0 to 10. And I tried to put down what I thought were the ratings that I would give the various problems as I went through this. So the objective of this study is for each of you to try and fill out the numbers you'd put down there, and I'd prefer if you'd fill them out during a period when a must-have-an-exit speaker is talking. But basically, what you do when you look at it and consider a multifaceted problem, which this is, and try and give a certain amount of weight to each type of issue, you'll find that you can come to a consensus. And I apologize to the Bub Road people for not drawing them into this consensus. We made a coalition with some of their leaders within the last week, and we hadn't had a chance to sit down since then to go over these numbers with them and to bring their opinions into this. But we've met with Gordon Froelich and Ray Shannon and discussed the issues with them in general, but not in specifics such as this chart. But you can see from this chart on the next slide that I've reached an ordering. And of course, when you look at cost and look at neighborhood impact and you look at safety and the problems you don't have to handle, the De Anza Stevens Creek or no access alternative or the foothill alternative are roughly tied. And you come down to my favorite, number 4, which would be the Bub Road Bridge. And finally, you move on through the through the list there of recommendations, and I think those recommendations are roughly the order that, that the Mary Avenue Coalition would put them in and recommend to council. We've also looked at the must-have an exit assumptions, and the De Anza Boulevard, the contention was made, De Anza Boulevard services will be negatively impacted. Well, I think Marshall's analysis by Dr. Israel coming up a little later, will show that this hypothesis has been largely discredited. And I think Owen Tassiker's showed how this analysis has been discredited. And it's not that it's maybe discredited isn't the right word, but I think staff admitted that they didn't have a study that took into effect 85. Well, that's the whole purpose of this meeting, is to take in the effect of 85. And if you ignore that effect, you're not going to come out with good assumptions. But there was one effect that staff took into account, and that was that 6% I was talking about, which affects it negatively. They threw in the 6% and ignored the 94%, and that doesn't seem like a very valid thing to do. The next assumption that was made in saying that we must have an exit was that there will be a 45% increase in jobs in this area by the year 2010. Last time I compared projections of the future, much like Nancy Reagan's astrologer. You just can't do it very well. And this 45% is a number that assumes, well, we've had 6 years of prosperity, that's going to continue forever. Well, it doesn't continue forever, and life's not linear, and you can't always find another 7 Springs to develop in Cupertino. So this probably isn't true, and hopefully it's not true in Cupertino. And although we're very proud of being the home of Apple Computer and MeasureX and a number of other fine industries, we're just as happy that Lockheed and Ford Aerospace and Spectra Physics and companies like that, especially IBM, are outside our boundary. And we look at Cupertino as a place where we want to live, and we want to educate our children. And we look at it as a place of quality of life. And we want the industrial growth to stay outside our impact area, at least be controlled in a reasonable way. Another argument for this is we need this for De Anza College. And as I understand it, De Anza College just wants an access, and those accesses are now available. And I recommend to you that you let Caltrans answer them and say that the best cost-effective solution is that we not have an exit, one state agency answering another state agency. And finally, we have the argument that, well, the Oaks merchants will be hurt. Well, I contend that Freeway 85 completion will give them a southern accent they've never had, and that with or without this 6% of the Diamond interchange, that this freeway will represent a major bonanza to them. And I also contend that more merchants will be exposed to traffic if they take the current access, De Anza Stevens Creek, or even the foothill Stevens Creek, and get the Monta Vista merchants than ever before. So if the idea is to expose traffic to merchants, you'll get that if you stay on Stevens Creek. And you got to remember also that the traffic egress by the Oaks without any problems. So if what goes into a neighborhood goes out, then on a one-way trip, they're bound to get passed. And I also want to put the slide up that is so contentious to the Mary Avenue Coalition, and that's this one, which ignored the effect of 85 and showed a degradation in services on De Anza, which again, I point out, we believe is not believable or correct, and admittedly doesn't have the right assumptions in it. I've got 2 more slides. I understand. On the next slide, I'll only mention 3 points, and that's point number 3. We sought opinions independently from a number of organizations, and I think it's very important that you don't go to just one person who's the gatekeeper of knowledge. If you do allow one person or one staff to become the gatekeeper of knowledge, then you've got a situation where you've put him in a very uncomfortable position, and I hope staff has met with these organizations independently and probed them as to what they think. I hope council has probed them as to what the proper solution would be from their standpoint. Also, we studied the Earth Metrics report, the Barton Ashman's report, and the city reports very thoroughly. And we established a coalition on the last bullet down there with affected area leaders and sought a consensus solution, and that consensus solution has been no access. And so in concluding remarks on the last slide, we reject all alternatives except the no access or current alternatives, and this is a result of a long and thoughtful process. We've been involved with the mayor's work committee. We've been involved with Bert and a number of people. So this is a thoughtful and positive action for Cupertino, and we believe the best solution under the circumstances. We also recommend that under no circumstances should the city allow a divisive, polarizing dual alternative to go forth. This issue has been studied long enough, and no more temporizing should be allowed. Alternatively, no agreement should be assigned until an approach is agreed upon. And we believe that this decision is not difficult when standards are used, and I give you the Caltrans example. And we believe the most conservative decision that can be made is no access 10 years from now or 15 years from now. Mary Avenue, McClellan, Bub, 280 will all still be there. And if we find that we've been wrong, it's correctable. But you can make a decision if you vote for one of the others. It's the only way you can make an error, is to vote for either a Bub Road alternative or a Mary Avenue alternative. It's the only way to make a major error. And we believe that the right decision is easy, it's apparent, and it's popular, and you've heard the responses tonight to indicate that. The people you see in the room tonight largely are those people who value homes over interstates. Thank you.
Again, I would ask if we could try not to be repetitive.
That's no problem here. Hi, I'm May Parr, and I live at 7412 Wildflower Way, which is up in the Rainbow area. So I'll be coming from a little bit different perspective. I have learned a lot by listening to all these people that live in the Mary Avenue area, giving their opinions and their facts and figures tonight, but I'm not sure that many of you drive up north of Rainbow or south of Rainbow very often and do the commute that ends on Stevens Creek Boulevard and goes up either Bub or Stelling or De Anza Boulevard, because a lot of those people don't turn off at Rainbow or McClellan or Bollinger or any of the other streets. They go on up to Saratoga and they go up to Los Gatos. A lot of those people probably work at Apple, Tandem, Hewlett-Packard, which are down below Stevens Creek, and they could easily get on 280, drive up to whatever on-ramp you decide so that they can get on 85 and go home, and they won't drive through my neighborhoods or the neighborhoods of my neighbors. They won't be jamming the streets of these two-lane streets that are Stelling and Bub. And just to mention the fact that I've only lived here for about a year and a half, and I've driven on Saratoga Sunnyvale a lot because I only live about half a block off of it. It's really a mess, and people drive on that road as if it was a freeway, but it has stoplights and it has 3 lanes. We could easily half the traffic and still have a lot of traffic problems on that street. And I think that all the numbers that we're tossing around tonight don't have anything to do with the people that continue on up to Los Gatos and Saratoga. I'm sure there are other studies that do. Let's see, what else? So I'm afraid that I don't agree with the no access proposal at all, because I think a lot of the people that would be going north on 280 would go ahead and go up De Anza Boulevard, and maybe they would come up Stelling like they always have, or maybe they would just drive really fast up De Anza, and then they would try and get on 85 at Rainbow. We have at least 200 homes being built at the end of Rainbow right now. That's not to mention all the smaller developments that are going on, and I think 85 with its Rainbow exits is going to be just barely enough to handle our own local growth. And I don't think we need to deal with all the people that will be, additional people that will be tooling up De Anza and trying to get on 85 at Rainbow so they can go to Los Gatos and Saratoga. So I really hope that you'll consider our neighborhood when you make your final decision. I can really sympathize with the people at Mary. I'm sure it's a difficult problem, And I know that McClellan is a terrible road. It's terrible even on Saturday afternoons, and that's, a lot better than it is on Fridays and any other weekday going to or from work. Bub is the same way. It's very crowded, but McClellan is particularly bad, and I don't see that as a feasible alternative either. So thank you for letting me speak here, and good luck in your decision. It's not very easy. I really suggest that you also look at putting some money into maybe bike paths that aren't even on a street so that the kids can ride to these different schools without really having to interact with traffic too much. Or at least wider bike lanes, because we certainly need more of those as our city grows. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hi, hello. My name is Gene Michaels, and I live on Meteor Drive, which is a gravel road, but that's another issue. I'd like to say to the people, the diehards, the nucleus who are here, is that the yellow and the orange factions have got to unite and form a new coalition, or you're going to lose it all. And I'd like you to consider this. Okay? I'm only going to speak for 1 minute. I'd like you to listen up here. There are political alternatives that I want you to think about. My message is that with 4,700 signatures, we can recall the city council. 4,700 signatures takes these issues to the people and out of the hands of the real estate speculators who have the audacity to tell your children to go play on the freeway. So when you feel that it's time for a recall, just let me know, and I think I can deliver some vacancies. Thank you.
Might I comment to the gentleman who's going to speak, because I recognize the T-shirt. We have received from the Mary Avenue people quite a bit of documentation, and so if you're going to present something beyond what's here, okay, but I think in the interest of time, you have, looking around, there are more those T-shirts than there are other people out there, so you've got your supporters out there. So if it's something that's beyond this, then I appreciate hearing, because we've gone through these, and so we know that position. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I believe this will do that, achieve that objective. I'm Jerry Krieger. I live at 21485 Millard Lane. Millard Lane is the new street that's just gone in off the end of Mary Avenue. And there's 14 new homes going in there. First, I'd like to speak on my own behalf, and then secondly, on the behalf of the residents, most of the residents anyway, on Millard Lane. In February of this year, I contracted to purchase the home on Millard Lane, and having to sign off on contingencies by April 1st on that property, I personally called the Cupertino Public Works Department and Caltrans and specifically asked if there's any plans to use Mary in any way, shape, or form as an interchange on the 28085 plans. Both departments assured me that there was no intentions whatsoever to use Mary Avenue for the 28085 interchange. Based on those reassurances, my wife and I proceeded to purchase the property on Millard. Now, you can't begin to imagine how angry, disappointed, and frustrated we felt when in May, just 75 days later, we found out that Mary Avenue was suddenly seriously being considered as an off-ramp, and an off-ramp that would only end up being 50 feet from our home. During this 75 days, not only did I finish signing off on the contract on the Millard home, I also sold my home on Merritt Drive in Cupertino. And so basically I was committed to the Millard property at that time. I don't know, what recourse I have at this point, but basically it just feels like to me that the assurances I was given by the Cupertino Public Works Department has basically been pulled right out from under me, just 75 days after having been assured that that would not be a problem. Now we're talking specifically about the Millard residents and the impact on our street. Lots have been mentioned about safety, etc. I guess the one thing that I noticed in reading through the report was that basically Millard Lane really was never mentioned in the report. This slide is the only place that even talks about Millard Lane, and
every other street entering onto Mary Avenue, and every other business, and every other condominium, and every other apartment complex associated with Mary Avenue was discussed and thought given to what would be the impact and mitigation measures to try to deal with those issues. Nowhere in the report is there any mention of the Millard Lane residents. There's going to be 14 residents, families living there on the street. At latest count, we're up to 26 children and growing, and those are school age and under children. The currently proposed, the next major concern that I have with the proposal is that the traffic movement out of Millard Lane as currently proposed would be restricted to right-hand turns only. Although I don't have hard data to support this, my own observation is that about 75% of the cars leaving Millard Lane turn left currently, headed for Stevens Creek, the closest major artery. This is going to force 75 to 85 to 80% of the traffic cars trying to leave Millard Lane to make a right-hand turn, go up and make a U-turn somewhere, either at the end of Mary or perhaps back up on Meteor somewhere. It's not clear to me where the first U-turn potential point would be where you could do it safely. The other option we'd have would be to wind back through the city streets, the residential and Garden Gate streets back in there to try to get through to Stevens Creek. We basically believe that the Mary Avenue off-ramp proposal has not adequately considered the safety of our children who will have to exit. We only have one exit, and that's onto Mary Avenue. Nor has it adequately considered the impact of traffic flow into and out of Millard Lane. I would like to say in closing that we just ask that the city council members not approve the Mary Avenue off-ramp and instead do make a decision to approve the De Anza access alternative, which was previously called the no access alternative. Thank you.
I see another Mary Avenue T-shirt coming forward. Oh yeah. Because I was going to say, I think we have had quite a few number of speakers from Mary Avenue. I was just wondering if we could get other points of view that there are any out here tonight and get them a chance to speak.
I promise to be very short. Okay. My name is Barbara Olowski. I live at 21363 Dexter Drive, and I'm not speaking on Mary's behalf tonight. I'm speaking representing Garden Gate Elementary PTA on their behalf. As you know, Garden Gate Elementary School is located behind Memorial Park at the intersection of Greenleaf and Ann Arbor, and Greenleaf then goes on out to hit Stelling. We presently have 414 students, and our major concern, and the reason I'm here tonight until I guess Wednesday morning, is that we're frightened about the danger posed to the elementary school children by the Mary Avenue off-ramp. We have students coming from Casa de Anza, and I hope this. They must cross Lubeck in order to get to Garden Gate. At the point where they cross Lubeck, if the off-ramp is there, Mary Avenue will have not lost any of the cars. It will have only gained cars from Meteor that have come down there. So it'll have the full fledge of the freeway off-ramp, and in essence will be a continuation of the off-ramp. According to Mr. Viscovich's report on Exhibit L, he does not show a stop sign on Mary Avenue at Lubeck, just the existing one at Lubeck, although on page 9, paragraph 3, he does say that a three-way stop sign could be installed on Mary at Lubeck. I don't think it's reasonable, and I think it's unacceptable to think that elementary school children during morning rush hour should be expected to safely cross Mary Avenue, 3 lanes of traffic, by just a three-way stop sign, or none in existence at all. It's not safe at all. I think that another given that we have, and I very respectfully disagree, is I do think that the Stevens Creek Mary Avenue interchange will be very backed up. That is a designated handicap zone, and I know now, coming out in the morning, there is a backup now. And unless the lights are changed so that the people who take a right turn, who have the green for the right, separate that from the handicap crossing and the blind crossing and the students, you just can't get through on one light. So from my assumption, it's a given that there will be a backup. Because of that, or as a result of that, we feel that the neighborhood traffic will be forced to exit onto Greenleaf to go out Stelling. If they can't get out onto Mary and Gardenia doesn't have a light at Stelling, they'll be forced to go out Greenleaf onto Stelling. That's going right past the elementary school just as children are walking to the elementary school. For a short background of Greenleaf, it's one lane in each direction. There is no shoulder. There is no bike lane. There are no sidewalks for a great deal of it because it's a mixture of part city and part county land. We have a tremendous problem with it now already. There are several blind spots. Part of the street has a concrete divider so that when children are walking face forward, you can't swerve into the other lane to avoid them. You have to stop. And I think with the addition of all of our, or even a third of the neighborhood traffic going right by the elementary school, first thing in the morning, it's going to be dangerous. We teach our children that the proper way to walk on a street is in the shoulder facing traffic. That if there are no sidewalks, and since there aren't sidewalks there, that's how they should walk. So they're walking in the street facing us as we have very angry people driving to work and rushing and not being late. And I think that's where the real problem lies. In addition, Mrs. Means, Diane Means, the new principal, has received several complaints already about the Greenleaf-Stelling intersection. That already has a crosswalk, a light with a cross don't walk, and it is still extremely dangerous. I don't think that adding additional traffic is certainly going to alleviate that problem and will just make it worse. Also, you know that the community center, which will be wonderful, will be there, but that will add neighborhood traffic going through there. I think that when you figure the costs of Mary, the $2.5 million and the almost $500,000 for the mitigation landscaping, you also have to include that there is it's necessary to have either a traffic light and or a crossing guard at Mary Lubeck. Elementary school children won't be able to cross that safely on their own. And I also think that somehow you would have to be able to, I obviously don't know how this works with the county, but we would need sidewalks on Greenleaf. It's unsafe to have single lane each way when there's no shoulder having the children walking on the street. And that cost would need to be figured in. I really feel that these costs could be better spent on education, recreation, and other services, and not to be adding the extra danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this gentleman was ahead of you that was kneeling down here. Oh. That's okay. I'll have to take a number, I guess.
Hello, my name is Charles Berg, and I'm not really here representing myself because I live in the very southwest corner of the affected area on Lindy Place. And because I'm not directly affected, I don't really have any personal preference as to which of these alternatives are chosen. However, after having listened to all of the comments from the audience this evening, I'm certainly, if put to a vote, would certainly favor not having any of the proposals implemented that have been put forth so far because of their impact on the general community. I would also agree with a number of comments that have been made, including those from the council, that Caltrans has put us in this situation within the last couple of months, and that it's really their having created the problem to a certain extent that brings us all together. Now, I appreciate that in the report there's the comment that a number of solutions to the problem were looked at and they were all discarded. The comment was also made by Mr. Gatto this evening that 12 to 15 different solutions were proposed and examined and all discarded. But unfortunately, we don't know what any of those proposals were, to know what the concerns were, to know what the problems were, to know why it is that none of them were considered to be acceptable. Now, earlier this evening, we saw a proposal for a second loop that was deemed to be not viable because it would impact houses up in the Sunnyvale area. Now, I would suggest that with the total relocation of the existing southbound ramp from 85 to southbound 280, that in fact there could be room be made without impacting that housing. Now, admittedly, that's an expensive solution, but at least it is a technically feasible solution. I feel that there is another potential solution that I came up with that I don't know if you had a chance to look at it or not, and that's why I would like to propose it and ask that question. In effect, what it suggests is that the intersection created by the proposed ramp from southbound 85 going on to southbound 280, linking in with the other southbound 280 traffic that already exists coming around to that special ramp for Stevens Creek. You already have an intersection proposed there. What I'm proposing is that the existing ramp from northbound 280 onto southbound 85 be joined up with that special Stevens Creek ramp instead of being forced to go onto 85. Now, they will have the option later on to make the commitment to get onto 85 rather than take the exit to Stevens Creek, as well as the existing southbound traffic from 85 can make the decision at this point to either exit at Stevens Creek or stay on the road. Now, I did not have the option of viewing any plans before the meeting to know exactly how many lanes were being proposed in each of these alternatives, but the alternative that I show here does not have any of the weaving that was the primary concern expressed by Caltrans. I drive on that route every day for the last 3.5 years and can believe that there is more than enough concrete already poured and more than enough room to allow an intersection like this. It's a little bit unusual. You're basically taking an exit ramp or an entrance ramp onto a freeway and then being told that you can't actually do it. You have to go onto another exit ramp and actually get on the road further on down towards Stevens Creek. But having been somewhat privileged to travel in about 38 of the 50 United States, I've seen intersections equally as complex as this in many places. And I guess really what I'm saying is we haven't had the opportunity to know what alternatives were turned down. I'm really asking the question, has this alternative been explored? Because in my opinion, it provides all of the access that anybody has talked about, and it of course does not impact any of the communities directly.
Yeah. Maybe we get an answer to your question real quick. Bert, can you remember what the problem with this one was? I know we looked at something very much like this.
This was reviewed, and one of the problems what you do here is you force all the turning movements, even the ones who want to stay on 85, to get in that slip ramp, and now you've got some real merging and weaving problems right at that point. And then now the lanes aren't capable of handling all that traffic because you're forcing all the 85 traffic in that slip ramp, and it just didn't have the distances for merging and weaving, and so that was looked at.
I certainly see your question about merging. I do not see a question of weaving. Nobody has to cross over.
What you're doing now is you're forcing a lot of traffic in that loop that normally would have gone down on 85. You're forcing it in that slip ramp. You're also bringing traffic from Mountain View now and has to slip into that ramp. So you're bringing a lot of traffic in that short distance. And you still need to take those cars and weave them over to the outermost lane to be able to get off on Stevens Creek. And you've got the 280 traffic coming out and having to cross over some of the 85 traffic that doesn't want to get off at Stevens Creek but is forced in that slip ramp. So you don't have the lanes and you need right-of-way acquisition. You have representatives of Caltrans here, and they can answer it also.
Again, I made the assumption that there was only 2 lanes on that ramp rather than 3, and perhaps the volume of traffic cannot be supported by 2 lanes. But in a sense, what I've shown here is that both of those lanes have total access to 85. It is only the traffic that is interested in Stevens Creek that has to move in the right direction nobody is forced to move in the left direction, and therefore I don't see a need for weaving. Now, I realize that we could have a lengthy technical discussion here, and that's not the point.
Maybe I could short circle it, because I think that most of the options that were possible in there, and believe me, there were a number that were possible in there, were all looked at, and looked at in a lot of detail, because that seemed like the most direct, obvious solution was to solve it within the right-of-way. And configurations like you're showing here were all examined. And by the time you got through with the examinations, for one reason or another on a technical basis, either the volumes didn't work, merging distances didn't work, elevations between the roadways didn't work, and the alternative after alternative were discarded for geometrical reasons. And there were a couple that worked geometrically but meant going back into the Somerset area and removing about 20 homes, and those were discarded for that reason.
Mr. Mayor, what I was going to suggest are, obviously, as a result of all the publicity regarding this meeting, a number of people who have not been aware of all of the iterations on this up to tonight, and possibly either Caltrans can recapture some of those. We had maps at one time with all those and showed what didn't meet the state criteria, state standards. And it's possible if we could recapture those that gentlemen such as he could come by the Public Works Department and look at those and see the reasons they were not considered further. And, you know, he may have some idea that maybe in addition to those that we did review, but there were a number.
And again, I just offer that there were a number of people with the same intent to try and find a solution within that right-of-way that wanted very desperately to find a solution. And I know even a number of the Mary Avenue folks looked at that, and no one was able to find a satisfactory one. That's one of the reasons we're having this meeting tonight. But I think that Mr. Quinlan's suggestion is very valid, and would invite you or anybody else that would like to review those to certainly go see Bert and have access to them. But that effort was really made.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Wheeler. I'm a local CPA, and I'm president of the Cupertino Chamber of Commerce. And I'd like to begin by first, you've done an outstanding job so far, City, and especially Bert, at the tremendous amount of tolerance you put up with from the consistent information coming across, which seems to be conflicting, not only from the Mary residents, but also from the other people that have spoke. I myself, it took me 50 minutes to drive to work today. I live down in the Almaden Valley, and I commute to Cupertino every day. I voted for Measure A with a good reason. I voted because I wanted to basically have traffic relief, which is what what my perception is Measure A was all about. I don't believe it's really a local issue. I believe it's a regional issue, and I believe that's what we decided with the passage of Measure A. Regional issues can only be resolved by mutual understanding. The Cupertino Chamber of Commerce provides representation for the business community of Cupertino. We have over 500 members, and our membership employ over 30,000 people within the residency of Cupertino. We are the daytime residents of Cupertino. A majority of these employees don't live here. Therefore, they can't vote. However, they do pay taxes. We pay business license fees, use permits and fees, real estate taxes either directly or indirectly through rent, and we also pay a tremendous amount of sales tax, which is the largest component of the city's budget. We therefore believe we do have a right in what's done within the Cupertino city limits when it comes to traffic access. We represent all of our members in our positions, and we don't lobby for special interests. We want that to be known when it comes to our position. The Chamber of Commerce requests that the selection of the Mary Avenue flyover be used because it is the simplest and best alternative. And for that reason alone, it is simply the simplest and best alternative for the long run of this community. We do not want the city to be forced to compromise in its position, thereby creating an intersection that would be intolerable over the next 20 to 30 years. And we feel that a lot of the different alternatives that are proposed, that's simply what they're suggesting. They just will not be tolerant over the next 20 to 30 years. In our letter of 1114, which I believe the council already has, presented to the mayor, we cited the following reasons of support of the Mary Avenue flyover. It is the best solution for traffic engineering. It is the best solution from a traffic engineering analysis. It provides the only direct and convenient connection from I-280 northbound to Stevens Creek Boulevard. It is the only alternative which can properly serve the De Anza College and Flint Center with direct access for major traffic generating events. And this is something that has not been discussed at this point, but that college as well as Flint Center uses a lot of traffic at just specific times. And with a direct access directly into the college, that is of heavy priority. It requires no purchase of private property, nor disruption or relocation of businesses or residents. Any alternative requiring purchase of right-of-way and private property resulting in relocation of businesses will be very costly and could further delay the certification of the project for construction, which at this point is very critical as well. It's the least costly of all the alternatives. It imposes the least amount of negative impacts on the Cupertino community, which cannot be properly addressed or mitigated. In addition, we urge the Council to conclude negotiation with Caltrans and Santa Clara County Traffic Authority and execute a freeway agreement and a performance agreement as soon as possible. Provide full cooperation with Caltrans and the Traffic Authority to expedite Route 85 construction and completion and provide for proper mitigation of identified negative impacts on the Cupertino community. Statistics can be used to prove a lot of things. And the one thing I think we've seen a lot of the statistics prove is that temporarily we may have relief on De Anza Boulevard. But it took 31 years from the time the right-of-way was addressed to the time this freeway will be completed. And I don't think we can wait any longer to get the freeway to the best maximum dollars we can at this time. If we decide to wait and build the flyover later, or if Mary Avenue is extended over to Sunnyvale later, I think you're going to end up with the same problems. So I think you really need to bite the bullet and make the decision now and not have to wait. In conclusion, I would like to commend the staff especially as well as the City Council for their efforts on our behalf and citizens' behalves. Thank you.
Feels somewhat anticlimactic now. It's been so long. A few of my points have been made. So, Bob Hoxie, I live at 22337 McClellan Road. I'll write that down later. Many residents here tonight have been expressing opposition to particular proposals. And that may lead you to believe that generally that the residents are opposed to having some sort of access. I think a couple of people have come up. Certainly when I started writing down my notes, I didn't know that there would be 3 or 4 people that would be coming up mentioning that there should be some sort of access. But certainly if you took a vote here, you might have 5 or 6 votes for access and all the rest for no access. But the point being that with specific proposals, it's very easy to measure the impacts and look at how it's going to affect a certain area. The no access option is much harder, 1, to measure the impacts, and 2, for the rest of the residents of Cupertino to really understand how it's going to affect them. And that's why maybe you don't see so many people from the rest of the city coming here and saying, I want access, because they don't understand what it means not to have access. And I think one thing that with the report is that that study area really was restricted to a certain area, and the no access option really, it was pointed out at one point that the effects of the no access option affected areas outside of the study area. Some of the particular areas, ooh, you can hear a lot better. Was that loud? Is that loud enough here? Okay. Some of the particular areas that weren't mentioned have been mentioned maybe by speakers is that the Stevens Creek Boulevard through the Monta Vista area, if people have no access and they're using the Foothill Boulevard exit, that Foothill Boulevard between 280 and McClellan Road, Stevens Creek Boulevard between Foothill Boulevard and De Anza College, and McClellan Road between Foothill Boulevard and De Anza College, all will have an impact from a no access option because people will be traveling Foothill Boulevard. I did have a question for Mr. Kempton, is that his name? Currently, fortunately for us all, Saratoga decided that they would be willing to have at least one interchange. I know I guess the plan was to have 3 interchanges, and if it turns out being 1 interchange, that means that there's 2 interchanges that there were supposedly funds for that there won't be, and I'm wondering if that has any effect on making funds available for Cupertino. That's a specific question.
Maybe I can just address that real quickly. The funding for Measure A is now controlled by what's called a strategic plan, in which there were less funds became available because of the shortfall in revenue and the increased costs and some of the project costs. So the strategic plan developed a construction project for Measure A. In Saratoga, there was funds for 1 interchange in that strategic plan. So wherever it's built, there are still just those funds for 1 interchange.
Okay, so
is that right, Will?
So that's somewhat of a change from the original plan that they thought they'd be able to build 3, but they realized it would only be 1. Okay, well that's good to know. Well, I thought I'd found the funds. One thing also, in talking about Saratoga, is that many people have been complaining, I think maybe about the selfishness or whatever of Saratoga people, and saying that there should be no freeway. Many people were opposed to it. That there was the right-of-way there, and that now that it's really becoming a reality, all of a sudden all these people are saying, oh no, now I don't want it where I live. One thing about Mary Avenue is that, although I don't know the specific definitions, but certainly it was designed to be more than a residential street when it was first designed, and I think that it may be, there was a risk associated when people moved there originally and when houses were built, and so there was the possibility that something might happen. And I think that just to say that this is a residential area and that this is what was planned to be is not quite the whole situation. Although I can see how certainly recent residents, since the general plan, from what someone said earlier, has indicated that it's classified as a residential street currently. Is that true? Yeah. I can certainly understand concerns. I guess my main concern is that I think that no access, and I think no access really means no access because we're getting rid of an access that currently exists, has effects that later on Cupertino residents will be coming back telling you of the woes that have happened because you decided no access if that was to be your decision. And so I think that really needs to be considered in terms of what are the implications of no access. Thank you.
He's good at that. Just put her on there again.
My name is Bert Avery, Avery Construction, Mountain View. I have 1 slide, and that's all the slides. It's so late, I'm not sure if I remember where I started here. It was in 1970 I started to build the Glenbrook Apartments, and I had to go through a rezoning process and build it over 3 years. It's a quality project. We won 3 national awards, the AIA Award in Architecture, top national award in that by them. We won the top national award by the ASLA, American Society of Landscape Architects, for site planning and landscaping. And I'm saying this because we think we have a rare housing resource for Cupertino there on Mary Avenue. We have by far the highest quality apartment, in our opinion, in the community, not just the community, but the county. And it serves well the high end of industry here in housing the people. It's griped me over the years, since I've been 28 years in the apartment business, that there's a tendency to treat renters as second-class citizens. And an example of this is when there's an area that's not, a residential area is not good enough for single-family homes, like along a railroad track or a freeway, then they zone them for apartments so 10 people can be unhappy there instead of one. I've got a rare spot there in Mary Avenue, and it's a choice spot, and there aren't that many choice spots for good apartments. And I think I have the right product in the right place, in the right community. But it's a fragile thing. You've seen apartments go downhill over time, and some don't take too long. And I feel that I'm seriously exposed to a debilitating situation by the freeway off-ramp coming down Mary Avenue, and I brought along a couple of consultants to help verify and explain better than I could some of these impacts which I'm so concerned about. There are a variety of mitigation features that have been talked about in the report, but I feel at best they don't cure more than 20 or 25% of the problems, and the other 75% is enough to materially damage our project. So the first area of injury on our apartments would be the traffic hazard impact. The character of commuters that would be coming down this off-ramp are goal-oriented, and as they come down Mary, they hit 2 stop signs long before they get to us. And those 2 impediments, I turn many people around to want to make up that time between the time they left that last stop sign and get to Stevens Creek. So they're going to really be going when they swing around in the curve S by Glenbrook, and that's not good visibility, and we do have 2 major entrances feeding out at that point. I think it presents a true hazard. Bert Viskovich mentioned that perhaps a 3rd stop sign might be put at one of those entrances, like the front entrance, to help stop that speed up section, because it's over a half a mile there with nothing to slow down cars. Is that just a thought, or can that be thought of as a reality?
Please, no dialogue directed to staff.
That's all right.
I think that's just a rhetorical question at this point.
All right. Well, since I don't know what I can be getting, I'll assume that I've got the cars flying by towards Stevens Creek then. Now, the data that there's been comment before, the 13,370 cars going down Mary Avenue, and that same data shows 807 cars reaching Stevens Creek as maximum per hour. 700 of those cars are coming up to our apartment. The other 107 that are generated between Lubbock Measurement and Stevens Creek have to be our cars. Isn't that true? I think.
Possible.
And therefore, we, just to check a figure, went up this morning and counted cars coming out of our 2 driveways, and instead of 107, we got 288 cars in an hour. So we got almost 3 times as many cars as the data shows. So that brings us up to 1,000 cars per hour peak instead of 800 cars peak in the morning going down to Stevens Creek. And in turn, these cars coming out of our 2 driveways are like 400 houses going out 2 driveways onto a main street. And it's a real traffic situation, and we're trying to merge with these 700 cars coming down on this curved area. So I think we have a dangerous situation for cars, bicycles, and pedestrians. We'd like to see a stop sign and a crosswalk if Mary Avenue should ever become a freeway off-ramp. Bechtel report showed that in the year 2010, we can expect 1,500 cars per hour down Mary Avenue. It now says 800 cars peak. But with my measurement, it would appear 1,000 cars, but now Bechtel's saying 1,500 cars by the year 2010. So this isn't just curing a problem and getting by now, but it's going to get a lot worse. If the problem's marginal now, it could really fester with time. I'll get on with the second main impact is a noise impact. I don't think you folks are any more capable than I am with these new numbers. We see about 70s and 66s and 63s, and try to equate that to how much noise is bad and how much noise is good, and at what level are you miserable, or when do you wake up. So I have here tonight Mark Papineau with Earthmetrics in Burlingame. They are traffic engineers and do a lot in sound, and he is the manager of their physical services department. And we'll show you some sound curves of the traffic that can be expected on the frontage of our Glenbrook apartments, on those bedrooms, those 142 bedrooms that sit within 150 feet of the Mary Avenue property line. So Mark, could you support me?
Mr. Avery, can I ask how long this might be? Because we are really starting to wear into the evening, and I'm not so sure if some of this stuff is productive.
I might add, if I can piggyback a question here, we do have a report here that was included from Earthmetrics addressed to Mr. Avery. Is there anything beyond that? I mean, we have this report already, and we've looked it over.
I think he can just fill in some points. He has one chart.
A couple minutes.
He can explain, but if I can't get this across, I'll just forget it now and say it's a poor deal and you don't want to hear my main point.
Go quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. For the record, my name is Mark Papineau, representing Earthmetrics, San Mateo, on behalf of Glenbrook Apartments. We are an environmental consulting firm, and we've prepared acoustical reports for agencies like Caltrans, FHWA, even the city of Cupertino, and in Northern California, we've prepared acoustical reports for Corridor 101, Guadalupe Corridor, BART, and many other projects and agencies. The report that's been quoted tonight was prepared for Glenbrook Apartments. They commissioned the report. All the same, we use the same methods and standard practices that we've used on our other reports. And these are the same methods and standard practices that are used by Caltrans when they do their environmental assessments. The first method was measurement. We did actual measurements and measured the existing sound environment to be 63 on a scale called the Community Noise Equivalent Level. The second method we used was modeling. We used the Federal Highway Administration Highway Noise Prediction Model, and that model was used in conjunction with traffic data provided by the city. And we projected future noise levels on Mary Avenue with the Mary Avenue overfly ramp at 70 on the CNEL scale. That increase is 7 decibels, and by anyone's standards, Caltrans, FHWA, or the cities, that's a significant impact. The city's guideline in their noise element for multiple family residential uses is 60 CNEL. I did bring along a figure, and this will only take another 30 seconds. I'll go get it.
There's a microphone. Could you use that so we can all hear you?
How's that? This graph illustrates existing sound levels on Mary Avenue. The tall spikes
are from trucks that are traveling on the highway, not on Mary Avenue. There are no trucks on Mary Avenue now. That's a very important point. Or let's say at least infrequent truck traffic, maybe a UPS or mail truck. With the Mary Avenue interchange modification, there would be a significant increase in the amount of truck travel. And notice that this graph is for the period 11 p.m. to 12 midnight. The overlay illustrates the number of truck pass-by events estimated for that hour. That would be a very sensitive time of the day to have such events on Mary Avenue. Maximum noise levels are projected to be up to 85 decibels. That would be at a particular apartment as the truck passes. But as I said earlier, the average or CNEL noise level that's projected would be about 70 decibels. That would be represented by a line down here. The final thing I'd like to point out is that we have identified some mitigation measures, but at this point I would not say that any of the measures or all of the measures taken together are necessarily feasible. Things like 12-foot sound walls, changing windows, adding balcony walls are very costly and could be economically unfeasible. Thank you.
Those sound spikes, as shown, like he said, are in the middle of the night, reflecting trucks and or motorcycles going by and disturbing a person many times during a night, as anticipated according to them from this freeway off-ramp. And to me, that's worse than living on a railroad track if those spikes come by. Each one that's a factor of 10 about is actually a square of that, a logarithmic function. Therefore, it's 100 times more noise energy that you're hearing, not 10 times more when it goes up 10, which is hard to fathom. So it isn't an acceptable place to sleep at our apartment, where there are bedrooms, 142 of them right out on the street, from 15 feet back from the property line to 150 feet back. We have a total of 900 bedrooms there, and they're going to all be hearing the traffic, but the outside ones most. We'll have to do a number of mitigating measures on our apartments, including installing double-thick insulating glass, air conditioning, solid, because we can't open the glass at night or we wake up, solid balcony railings and heavy drapes, and a 4-foot masonry wall around the entire project to help dampen the noise. We can't build the 16-foot wall that they said would mitigate it better naturally. So this has a price of $603,000 that we'll be having to spend if this comes down the street. The financial impact is the other thing, because all of this seems to equate back to finances, and I'm going to see, I have Mike Garten here, who's an expert on apartments and had a great speech prepared, but I'll see if he can, in about 2 sentences, can condense what his great speech might have been.
Bert, you're the boss. On behalf of everybody that's spoken here this evening, I'd like to extend my appreciation, our appreciation for your patience and your great deal of ability to take all of this in and consider it. Just as a quick background, I've been a consultant for several years. I've been involved in analysis of numerous apartment investment appraisals and marketing reviews. Some years ago, I worked for Hareber and Kelly and was their vice president and general manager of their property management division. We managed approximately $500 million of property. Prior to that, I worked for Boise Cascade Home and Land and helped them divest over $1 billion of asset. Very quickly.
Could you get to the point?
Yes, I will. Thank you. I reviewed the engineer's report, and there were really three main points made in the report that I focused on. One was that the primary source of noise at the project would be Mary Avenue, no longer 85. Number two, that the projected increase in the noise level would be noticeable and produce complaints. And number three, that it would have a substantial impact on the residential character. Taking the second point, the noise impact, let me just briefly say that a reaction to any such rental disincentive is typically a discount response, whereby the owner will discount those affected units. Without getting into the detail, I estimate that impact would be 5%. The third point made by the engineers was it would change the residential character of the neighborhood. Again, without getting into all of the details, when you consider renting a unit, it is similar to buying a home. Take in many different factors, apartment size, apartment age, maintenance, amenities. Those are interior factors. Exterior factors are access, amenities, etc. Burt presently enjoys a premium rent. It is because, in my estimation, not of most of the factors I've just mentioned, but the neighborhood and complex ambience. I feel that the advent of a Mary Avenue access road would substantially impact that ambience that he has worked so hard at creating. And I feel that, in summary, Mr. Avery's investment in the Glenbrook Apartments could be impacted anywhere between $1.5 and $3 million. Thank you very much.
It appears the cost to me will be something like the cost to the state to build this thing, I'm afraid. The loss to me, that is. My recommendations as to an alternate, the no-access alternate, you've heard the arguments, and I think that is an acceptable alternate to consider and has merits for further study. But as I read further, I've become more enamored by alternate 6, the restricted braid. I think it gets the most cars to the place they're going with the least moves, or whatever they call it, and gets the job done. Most northbound 280 cars, that's 65% of them in the morning, are going to the Bubba area or Deanza area, and it gets those cars right in there. And the other third can find their way home some other way by the no access. For the other third, we're down to 180 cars or something, and I don't think we have to worry about how they can find their way to our Glenbrook Apartments and other places. I think they can, but that restricted braid with a little more study, which it hasn't had yet, I think can be refined and honed and be a terrific answer. So I hope you might consider that as your choice. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Mike Bullock, and I live at 21831 Hermosa Avenue in the neighborhood of Monta Vista. I feel I should say a few things about myself so people understand where I'm coming from on this issue. I've been interested in transportation for 16 years. I've been president of Santa Clara Valley Bicycle Association, edited their newsletter for 9 years. I represented that organization in the Citizens Advisory Committee of Transportation 2000. I'm on the board of directors of Modern Transit Society, an organization that believes that we need to be building mass transit in this valley. I participated in the Guadalupe Alternatives Analysis and all the meetings concerning Highway 85. I worked against the half-cent sales tax, which is funding this freeway. And I've worked with Protect Our Environment, the Saratoga-based organization that filed suit challenging the environmental impact report that was done for Highway 85. I think that the first thing that has to be said tonight, and nobody has talked about this, is that all the material that was in the November 2nd report should have been in the original environmental impact statement that Caltrans prepared, and that was completed several years ago. From what we've seen tonight, I think we understand that the loss of that access is a tremendously important negative impact of selecting the freeway. That's exactly what the environmental impact report was supposed to show us. It was supposed to let the community know not just the good things that we might get from the freeway, but also the negative impacts. And in fact, the law says that negative impacts of a project must be considered so that decision makers can intelligently take them into account. Now, there have been a lot of mistakes made in this process. The primary decision makers for this freeway, I think, looking back on the history, were the voters when they voted on Measure A. And so because they needed to know all of this information tonight, they should have known the problems that were going to impact this city. And myself and a lot of people criticized the process from the beginning, saying that Caltrans was not the unbiased entity that should have been doing the environmental impact report. From what I understand, from what Mr. Viskovich has said, Caltrans looked at all these alternatives that have been proposed to get this access, and they did a geometric check to look at the feasibility to see if they could have been done. So what I do not understand is why Caltrans, when they did the environmental impact report, they saw all the interchanges, 3 interchanges in Saratoga, 2 interchanges in Cupertino, all the other interchanges. Their job was to look at those interchanges and make sure that the geometry was there, the space was there, and they were feasible. They're the people that have the standards, and I see no reason why years and years ago, when decision makers were first looking at this, this information wasn't generated. It follows, therefore, that an environmental impact statement is needed now, a supplemental environmental impact statement to the original document. And it's going to take a lot of time to do that. It will take some time to do a good job on that. But I think that this decision is worth doing right, and it shouldn't be rushed up, and nothing should be signed. And instead, you should get a private agency, not Caltrans, but as the Guadalupe Alternatives Analysis did, they got private consultants to do the work. And that's exactly what you should do in this case. We shouldn't worry about delay of 6 months or whatever it takes. There's going to be a delay because of what's occurring out in Saratoga. The final environmental impact statement had 3 intersections in Saratoga. There's only going to be 1 built in Saratoga. There has to be a supplemental draft, and that's going to take time out there in that city. At the same time, your supplemental draft can proceed. I think it's really unacceptable that citizens are using their own money to do their own studies. And I have to hold the city council responsible, because it's your job to make sure that the original environmental impact statement was right. And since we all missed that, and I'll take responsibility for it too. You know, I tried to critique the environmental impact statement. Never occurred to me that we'd lose that access. I looked for anything that was wrong with it. I didn't see it. So we've all made that mistake. But now, I don't think it's right that citizens are, in effect, they're generating their own environmental data. And citizens out in Saratoga, Protect Our Environment, had to file suit because the original environmental statement was wrong. And I think we have to start doing the work that should have been done years ago. Now, I'd like to make some comments on the report, taking the report at face value, because I think whoever does the environmental impact statement will certainly look at Mr. Viskovich's work and use that work and use all the comments that were made tonight also. If you look at the alternatives in that report, I would say that the Mary Avenue does look like one of the best. It does the least harm. And the thing about this is what I'm really saying is endanger their children, don't endanger my children. Because I have children that go to schools over here. There's 3 schools in the back of a college versus they have one school and the front of De Anza College. I brought an article, and I'm just going to show it to you, but it's the article just a couple days ago about deaths trigger crosswalk safety debate. And there's been a lot of talk about pedestrian safety. And in Los Angeles, they're actually doing away with crosswalks because they seem to be dangerous. And one bit of mitigation that that occurred to me is that you could build subways. And I'm using that word subway as it's used in London. That's the only place I've heard a name for these things. I've seen them built in the Rose Garden area of San Jose. And when I was in London, I was always confused at first about what is the subway and what is the underground. The underground is the rail system. The subway is how you cross the street in a civilized sort of a situation, a busy street. And they have those in the Rose Garden area. They were probably built in the 20s or the 30s. Maybe people had more money back then, or they looked at the problem differently, and they probably didn't think it was mitigation. They just thought, there's a park, here's a sidewalk, there are kids, and you need to go into the street. And I think even if we didn't build Highway 85 and we didn't have any of these problems, we could use a lot of subways to walk under streets in this city. I think the 500 cars per hour number is okay, but like a lot of people have mentioned, the 90% at De Anza and the 10% to follow 85 and get off of Rainbow, it seems to me that people would use Foothill, and that those figures should probably shift there. I don't think the creek is necessarily a barrier. But I really have to say that I can't take the report at face value because of its very key assumption. There's been a lot of talk about it. The key assumption is, what do you do about traffic on De Anza Boulevard? What kind of assumption are you going to make there? And we've heard assumptions that there's going to be less traffic on De Anza, and I think Mr. Viskovich has made a much better assumption, and that is that there won't be any help. Now, I brought an article from 1984, Cupertino Courier. This was on the front page, Official Briefs Chamber on Route 85. And this is the kind of information, and I think it was really misinformation, that was used to build support for this freeway in the first place. And it says here, if a freeway is constructed, then at the intersection of De Anza Boulevard and Stevens Creek Boulevard, currently very congested, that section would, quote, would turn into a very pleasant boulevard. And this was a quote from Richard Green, who was head of the Caltrans study at the time. And I think it's very unfortunate that people didn't step up and point out that couldn't happen. And the reason it can't happen is, and I have many copies of these I like to hand out, because this is so incredible, I don't expect anybody to believe me unless you saw this in print. This is a 1984 article. It was in the Mercury News. And what it says is that if Freeway 85 is built, then there will be a rezoning in South San Jose that will result in 9,000 homes in Coyote Valley, 3,000 homes in Almaden Valley.
Mr. Bullock, can we get back to the subject? I mean, we've had this discussion on other occasions, with the same article, the same documentation. I'd like to try and focus us back to the issue this evening. If you have some specific points on Mr. Viskovich's report, can we get back to that
Yeah.
and not get quite so far afield.
Okay,
You're going to lose. We're losing everybody rather quickly.
I know. I don't really think it's far afield because this is the basic assumption of this document, and all I'll say then is that Caltrans didn't do the modeling properly. They didn't take this into account, and I have documentation to prove that. This is from Richard Green. He says, "We are in no position to say that land use policy will change because a freeway or light rail will be constructed." And you're right. I have been saying this to you for many years, and you have never done what I've asked. And I'm hopeful that because of what's happening now, and an environmental report will have to be done, a supplemental draft will be done. We cannot avoid that by law. There's no reason to force citizens to file a lawsuit out in Saratoga or anyplace else. And I would like to see this original work be done correctly. And I suspect that it would show that actually the no access might be as good as anything else, because I don't think 90% of the people are going to get off of Danza Boulevard, because I think you're going to have very, very serious congestion problems. And so I'm asking that you not sign the freeway agreement, that you understand there has to be an environmental impact statement, and I'd like you to get an unbiased entity to do that work and to cover the traffic modeling that should have been done right 5 years ago. Thank you very much.
How many more speakers do we have here? 4. Well, we now are at 10 after 1, and I think that what we're having is you're going to have a little bit of fading up here rather quickly. When we'll go to 1:30, and then we're going to have to call the meeting at that point. So I'd ask that the speakers try and capsulize their presentations.
Thank you. My name is Keith Kreft. I live 10843 Wilkinson, which is just behind Kennedy Junior High. I'd like to say that McClellan is a major artery for me. Shopping we do on Danza Boulevard, and I think any exit at that street would pose a major clog. I work in downtown San Jose, and I take Stevens Creek exit on the 280 into San Jose every day and commute back in the evening. I'd like to say I can live with no access, even though I take that road every day. I say this because I don't feel that any of the present proposals solve the root of the problem, which is to allow the 280 northbound traffic to exit at the present location on Stevens Creek Boulevard. All 5 of these solutions present side effects which are really greater than the original problem. And I guess I can't accept that the problem can't be solved at the root, that Caltrans can't come back and take a look at allowing that traffic to get onto the route now that's coming from 85 southbound that's going to be allowed to exit on Stevens Creek. I can't believe that problem can't be solved right there. I picked up an aerial today. I need a volunteer. Why don't you stand up there so they can see us? I didn't know there was going to be an overhead. I played with a couple proposed solutions here, and I know I wasn't doing justice by doing it on a hand sketch, so I got an actual aerial view. Can you maybe back up there so these people can, that's great. I took liberties there at the lower left-hand corner of joining the 85 southbound traffic that's going to be allowed to exit with the southbound 280 traffic coming across, which is I can't do it. What you see in the far left-hand corner is a loop. The loop that was presented earlier tonight, that is an actual copy of the loop
that you see in the lower, one of the two loops there. There's actually one of them is a little bit smaller than the other. I made a copy of that and I superimposed it right where I believe it should go. As you can see, it doesn't affect any of the homes. I didn't have to move any homes to put that loop in there. It does raise up above the one exit ramp that allows the northbound 85 traffic going to San Francisco on 280. But at that point, it's actually elevated above that lower ramp there. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. I've also shown another proposal on there which allows the 80 traffic coming from San Jose, which is normally going up 85 northbound, to have a ramp there which could cross over the main body of 85 and come down and join again. Both these solutions solve the root of the problem and allow that traffic to exit at Stevens Creek. I can't believe that a solution can't be found there. And I'm going to take up the offer of going in, but I think you have to do that too. I think it's really your obligation to make sure you understand why no solution there works. And not necessarily just to rely on one other person giving you an opinion. I think that's your responsibility, as it would be mine if I sat up there. Thank you.
Let me just say this one last time, and I don't know if we've looked at that particular configuration exactly like that, but I can guarantee you that every member of this council has looked with pencil and paper and gone over a lot of geometric designs and went for the same exercise. Why in the heck can't we do it here? It's got to be a solution. Maybe we haven't found the right one, but I guarantee we have looked long and hard.
And I might add to that we sat down individually with the Caltrans people and we fired questions at them and said, why can't you? And we had the stuff spread out there and went over it. And we all were. We said, why not? And went through them all.
My name is Joe Weiss, and I live at 10029 Oakleaf Place, which isn't by Mary and isn't by Bub. What I wanted to bring up is just the fact that the no exit option is going to cause a lot of grief, because what happens now is it's going to create basically two exits for all traffic heading north on 280. If they take the De Anza exit, you've got 6 lights. If you go to Foothill, they've just made it easier by basically putting in 2 left turn lanes. And what you're going to do is it's just simpler and quicker. You're basically making it easier for people to come down the Foothill way back onto Stevens Creek. Our concern in where we are off the Far Lap area is the fact that it's a constricted 2-lane road. You're going to be putting traffic on there that road can't handle, and there's no way to make that road handle.